Coverage all the way up to 5 p.m. on Houston Live and Local. We want to get to the continuing coverage of that catastrophic flood that we've been following for you over the July 4th weekend. This is across the Texas Hill Country. But first, we do have locally some strong storms. I know I was driving through it on my way to work, and we have meteorologist Ramisha Shade here to tell us what we can be expecting. I don't know if you drove through some of it as well.
I did. It wasn't as bad as, I believe, last week,
yes.
where I thought I might start floating up there in those floodwaters. Yeah, it was pretty bad today, but not quite as bad as then, but rain still very heavy. And we do have a new flood advisory near Sugar Land because we got tons of heavy rain. So let's get right to the radar. You can see some of those heavy bursts of rain north of the downtown Houston area, and it looks like we now have yet another aerial flood advisory. Now, this is not a flash flood warning. This is not what we would consider life-threatening flash flooding, but some minor flooding of some of the low-lying streets out there, or maybe near some creeks, will start to be more likely. This is going to be southwest of Sugar Land for parts of Fort Bend County, and now northern portions of Harris County up towards Atascocita, Bush Airport. Wouldn't be surprised to see a ground stop coming out for Bush Airport with all of that heavy rain rolling over. So you can see that flood advisory, like I said, very close to Sugar Land, just southwest of Sugar Land, and the newest flood advisory for north central Harris County. So that would include northern portions of Houston and up towards Atascocita. That also includes Aldine, right around the Bush Airport area. So if you're traveling from Houston north on 45, plan on running into some heavy rain. You can see 69 there, heavy rain rolling over. Also some downpours pushing over Tomball, the Woodlands, Magnolia out there. So it is going to be a situation where we're going to have some fairly widespread showers and storms for the next few hours, at least the next 2 to 3 hours before the heaviest of this rain likely kind of starts to wind down. But an even closer view will show you some of the heaviest downpours right now, right over Bush Airport. So like I said, that's going to cause some delays, maybe some ground stops for a while. Aldine, Calgary Woods, Dyersdale, Humble, Kingwood, all dealing with this new flood advisory. And there you have it. There is the time for the newest flood advisory that includes north central parts of Harris County. It's till 3:45, so we're a couple minutes after 2 o'clock. So really for the next hour and a half to hour 45 minutes, you just need to be aware that there could be some street flooding for north central sections of Harris County, including right around the Bush Airport area if you're about to head there, and up towards Humble, Kingwood, and Atascocita. So that is where we have that super heavy rain coming down at this point. You can see we also have other downpours back towards Edna, back towards Victoria, and this is likely to continue. We've actually got an area of low pressure out in the Gulf, and it just continues to pump a lot of moisture our way. So as expected for this afternoon, we've been dealing with these heavy downpours. They're going to pulse up. You could get a quick 1 to 2 inches of rain, and you could go under a flood advisory. As far as severity though, aerial flood advisory would be less severe, but you still need to take action and watch for a few flooded streets. But if you do go under a flash flood warning or a flash flood emergency, that is for extreme, potentially catastrophic flooding that could threaten your life, and you need to get to higher ground, get to safety immediately. So certainly keep that in mind. Rashi?
All right, thank you so much, Ramisha, for that report there. Well, we do want to continue on our coverage. We do know, unfortunately, that more than 100 people have been killed in that July 4th flooding. Unfortunately, that number feels like it's continued to rise. Now, we do have an update today. Kerr County officials say the death toll has increased to 87, including 56 adults, 30 children that have been recovered. 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still at this hour remain unaccounted for.
Tragic time for us. We're so grateful and thankful for all the resources that have been provided to us to do this job. And I can assure you we will not stop until this mission is complete. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to City Mayor.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring Jr. I'm Mayor of the City of Kurville. I want to reassure our community and those families that the city, the county, the state, and the federal experts are working together, not separately, but as one team.
All right. Well, anchor Caroline Collins is live for us in Kerr County. So, Caroline, I know that you've been out there since yesterday, seen so much destruction and debris. What have you seen today?
Rashi, I just lost IFB, so I believe that you just asked me what I saw today. I can hear you now, just so you know. I fixed the problem. But we are standing here in Kurville, and we're looking at a house that was nearly destroyed. The bottom part of the house is no longer there. Now, the homeowners, I'm told, just went to lunch, and I was talking to some extended family members, one of whom was living in an RV park just down the street. He said that he has lost everything. Now the cleanup effort is underway, and it's unclear if a house like this with major damage to the bottom structure will be able to kind of clean this up and rebuild and make this home safe to continue living in. But right now they are staying in that upper portion of the home, so it seems like it is structurally okay, but you can see that the sides of this home and the walls are just caved in. They've been clearing debris since we've pulled up here in Kurville. And it's really hard to conceptualize this, Rashi, when you are watching this from at home back in Houston. The river is so far down. I will point. It's so far down this way. It almost seems impossible for the water to have come all the way up here as powerfully and as strong as it did and cause so much damage, when one could reasonably think that this house is far enough away from the river that something like this would never happen. But that is why that this is such a catastrophic flooding event, and something that we don't see all the time. A few big floods have happened here before, but it's just hard to imagine this destruction, even being on my second day here, just taking in all of the damage. Now, when you drive down roads by the river, the trees, the amount of trees that are taken down and then piling up is also hard to take in, because the force that those waters would have had to have to knock down so many trees. I mean, thousands and thousands of trees are just knocked down. And that's why so many search and rescue crews are out here still looking for signs of people who are missing, because there's so much debris and so many trees that it's just a lot to comb through, and it's a difficult process for so many. But we are continuing to talk to more people from around here and hear their stories, and our thoughts and prayers are with this community as they're going through this, Rashi. It's hot out here today. It's hot, it's humid, it's not an easy job for these rescue workers and first responders that are working hour by hour just to bring some closure to the families who are still in limbo. Rashi?
Caroline, it's just so hard to even fathom the magnitude of all this rain and water and all the damage that it could cause. So you can clearly see, with that house being so far away from the river, just the large scale cleanup efforts that are being made. Now, I know that here locally, I've talked to several volunteers, and they're just all very gung-ho about helping out. I'm sure that the community there is also pulling together.
Yes, they definitely are. There are certain areas where volunteers, the Salvation Army, Texas EquiSearch, just all kinds of different agencies where they're kind of stationed at. I know Nate was at City Church this morning, kind of showing us what's going on there. And that's everything from search and rescue to food and all kinds of different organizations. So there are people that are stepping up. Also, I know you've probably seen it on social media, the HEB disaster relief trucks. Like, we've seen them come in and out of here bringing food to people who are in need and the first responders. So yeah, it's definitely a community effort, and you can really feel it when you're here. It's just sad. It's like everywhere you go and everywhere you talk to somebody, it's my friend, my, this or that, or my relative, and it's hard. It's hard.
It really is, and the community is so small, the world is so small, and you see that because everyone's so interconnected and affected by something so tragic. All right, Caroline, thank you for that live update there. Now, we do have a heartbreaking message from a family on Facebook that reads, and I'm quoting exactly what it is. It's the shattered hearts that we share, the devastating news that our beloved daughter, Greta Teranzo, lost her life in the July 4th flood in Kerr County. Greta was thrilled to return to Camp Mystic for a third summer this year. She was overjoyed to be reunited with her camp friends for weeks of fun, laughter, sports, and sisterhood. Well, Greta is unfortunately not the only person that has passed away because of these floods. Here's a look at some of the other Houstonians that tragically lost their lives in the July 4th flooding. Here's Fox 26's Melissa Wilson.
Longtime Humble ISD teacher Jeff Wilson died in the July 4th flooding. Wilson's family says his wife Amber and son Shiloh are among those still considered missing. John and Julia Burgess of Liberty County died in the flooding. John was singer Pat Green's brother. Julia was an educator in Liberty ISD. The search continues for their two young sons. Family members on social media reporter Rob Kamen of Atascocita was located, killed in the flooding, but his wife Melissa is still among the missing. Houston-born Jane Ragsdale died. She led Heart of the Hills Camp. From Camp Mystic, 8-year-old camper Anna Margaret Bellows of Houston died, as did 8-year-old Blakely McCrory, 9-year-old Molly DeWitt of Wilchester Elementary, 10-year-old Greta Teranzo from Sinclair Elementary, and Chloe Childress was an upperclassman at Kincaid working as a camp counselor. Risa Menchaca, a recent Caney Creek High School graduate, also died in the flooding. Still considered missing are Mystic camper Kelly Ann Lytle and Margaret Sheedy, a third grader at Kincaid School in Piney Point Village. Several students from Kelly Catholic High School in Beaumont are missing. They are Ella Cahill, Aiden Hartfield, and Joyce Baden. Both Brad and Tina Perry of League City clung to trees as the waters moved through. Tina was located alive. Rescuers are still searching for her husband, Brad. And without naming any names, the Spring Branch District put out this statement Sunday afternoon saying, "It is with immeasurable sadness that we share the tragic Texas Hill Country floods in recent days have deeply impacted several of our Spring Branch ISD families as their children have been confirmed to have passed away or remain missing."
That was Melissa Wilson reporting there. And just a little while ago, we did confirm the death of Molly Schaefer of Houston. She was at the River Inn at Hunt for the holiday. Her husband says they were at a 46th annual reunion with best friends from law school. As they tried to evacuate, their car was swept away. He managed to get out while she was swept away. Well, we do know that the desperate search continues at this hour for the missing in Central Texas as those flash floods devastated the region over the weekend. And along with Caroline Collins, we also have Fox's Kennedy Hayes live in Kurville. So Kennedy, describe what you're seeing right now.
Rashi, well, the best way to describe what we're seeing on the ground right now in terms of the debris is just overwhelming. I'll give you an example of that. I'm going to step over this tree limb so you can see this toppled limb right behind me. It's larger than me. And if you pan this way, you can see the Guadalupe River right there. So that gives you an idea about how strong these floodwaters can be. And even surrounding this area that we're in now, dozens and dozens of tree limbs have fallen. We know, according to some red X's on some trees, that rescue crews have already been to this area and we're not able to recover anyone. But in terms of the recovery effort, it's definitely all hands on deck. And among the missing, we know, are campers and counselors from nearby Camp Mystic, a Christian all-girls camp. One counselor shared her story.
It was about 1:30 in the morning, and rain just kind of started coming through our windows. I woke my girls up, told them to close the windows, and then the power just went out. They told us that two of the cabins with the 7-year-old girls were wiped away.
Torrential rain overnight into Friday morning sent the Guadalupe River surging 26 feet in under an hour. Most people were fast asleep, and the floodwaters swept through cabins, tents, trailers, dragging people into the dark. Again, dozens are still missing. Officials say 190 people at least are dead. That includes 30 children. And right now here, over 400 agencies, including teams from Mexico, are searching non-stop. President Trump is expected to visit Friday, and federal aid is on the way. A longtime local tells me he still can't believe what's happening here.
Never seen anything like this. Never. Feel sorry for them kids who were taken in their sleeps. It's just heartbreaking.
Officials say this recovery is going to be long and grueling. We know the next update is coming at 5 p.m. local time. Back to you.
All right, Kennedy, thank you so much for that live report. And we are thinking and praying for those families and for those people to be alive, definitely. We'll be right back. Well, Governor Greg Abbott did tour the damage in the Hill Country today, and he was joined by Fox's Rudy Koski on a helicopter. The governor is expected to give an update in the next hour, and we will, of course, bring that to you live. Now, officials over in Kerr County gave an update around 10 this morning, and you heard a little bit of it earlier today. Here are the rest of the updates.
Hundreds of first responders remain along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County working to reunite families. The large search and rescue effort, including local, state, federal, and volunteer agencies, continue. As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kerr County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference. This is a tragic time for us. We're so grateful and thankful for all the resources that have been provided to us to do this job. And I can assure you we will not stop until this mission is complete. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to City Mayor.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring Jr. I'm Mayor of the City of Kurville. I want to reassure our community and those families that the city, the county, the state, and the federal experts are working together, not separately, but as one team. If you go inside the Emergency Operations Center, you don't see silos. You see one team. I want to talk briefly about in-kind donations. The outpouring of generosity has been tremendous, and we are grateful. We are working on a new system to accept donations. And when those plans are complete, we will post them online on the city's Facebook page. We are grateful. We need a new system to handle the generosity of the world. Financial donations can still go to communityfoundation.net. That's the community foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Again, we are grateful for the generosity of the world. Over and over, I've asked you to pray. It occurred to me that I haven't asked you for what to pray specifically. Please pray for those who mourn, for those who wait, and for those who help. Now I'd like to call on Lieutenant Colonel Ben Baker.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Ben Baker, Lieutenant Colonel for Texas Game Wardens. I'd like to start out by thanking the Mayor, Sheriff, Chief, our local state partners, Texas Department of Public Safety, and the many others that have responded to this tragic event. We as Texas are strong, and together we face adversity. Your Texas Game Wardens responded in the early mornings of Friday to this tragic event, along with many other local and state partners. Since the early mornings of Friday, your Texas Gamers have had over 300 game wardens in the area, serving the people of the state of Texas and the citizens of Kerr County. Among that, we've searched 26 river miles since the tragic event has started. We've had approximately 444 rescues, 30 recoveries. Some of our resources and assets we have dedicated to this tragic event include 2 helicopters with hoist teams, 12 drone teams, 10 K9 units, 9 swiftwater boat crews, 15 airboats, 16 UTVs, and 169 four-wheel drive vehicles. Your Texas Game Wardens will remain here in serving the community. We just ask you to continue to pray for the victims, for the families, for your first responders, for everyone involved. We'll open it up now to questions, if anybody has any.
Talk about how challenging it is for you guys in the mud, the big trees. What's been like the different terrain?
No, thank you for that question. Extremely challenging. You know, we've got, of course, your Texas Game Wardens out there, your local, your state partners, Texas Task Force 1. We've got the National Forest Service out there. We've got A&M Forest Service. We've got numerous responders with specialized capabilities where we've got these large pile of debris. And with our canines and you know, when we're trying to make these recoveries, these large piles can be very obstructive. And to get deep into these piles, it's very hazardous. And those specialized teams have to go in there layer by layer because our first responders, also the safety of them is concerned. So it's extremely treacherous, time-consuming, it's dirty work, the water's still there. So we're having to go layer by layer, peeling these off to make those recoveries. So we're
What about mentally? Like, when you guys stumble across someone who may be deceased, how do you process that?
absolutely. We process it the best we can. We have professionals in place, our crisis intervention team. All the agencies have some members representing there, and officer wellness is a first responder wellness is a key component to these operations. So we're maintaining and monitoring our officer wellness, our first responder wellness. We're making sure they have the support. It's very tragic whenever you see human life, but to see a child and that loss of life is extremely tragic.
More rain is expected to come down west of us, and eventually it's going to get down to Guadalupe River. Is that going to put a halt to the searches? And if not, how are you going to change the trajectory of the search and rescue operations?
So with the water coming down, that is always a concern, and I'm sure you've been monitoring the last couple of days where we've had some reports of maybe some additional water coming in. Obviously, that's going to impact the search and recovery efforts. Us with numerous other agencies do have air capabilities, drone capabilities. We've got numerous fixed wing, rotary helicopters here. So it will alter our patrol patterns and alter our searches, but it won't deter them.
Can you outline what specific discussions and actions were taken between the time the first flood emergency alert came in at 1:14 a.m. and then when the river first started flooding, those hours later? What were the specific actions and discussions that happened in those hours?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Absolutely. I would like to know, could you outline, please, what the specific actions and discussions were that local officials took between 1:14 a.m., that's when the first flood emergency alert came out, and hours later when the river first started flooding. What happened in those hours?
What I can tell you, when I was first notified, it was around the 4 to 5 area. One of my sergeants was in dispatch when the first calls started coming in, the actual 911 calls come in. It was between 4 or 5 when I got notified. Okay, but prior to that, in that 3 to 4 area, my understanding is, and we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. That's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's 3 priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button. Okay, there's a lot more to that. And we've told
2 seconds out. All right, welcome back to Houston Live and Local. I'm so glad to have a very special guest right now with us is Dr. Saddaf Javeed with Cognitive Psychiatry, known as Dr. J. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Rashi, for having me. You know, first of all, I would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to all the families who've been affected by this unpredictable tragedy. And I know that we are all suffering and we are all feeling it in one way or the other. So I appreciate you having me.
Definitely. And I know that you're a psychiatrist for not just children, but also adults as well. When you talk to your patients, which you have done recently, about these events, what have they been saying to you?
So, you know, that's a great question. The past few days, it was extremely hard. For me as well, you know, as a parent, I have 3 kids, as a child psychiatrist, as somebody who's in mental health. So what I thought was, and I think that it's important to understand, to check in. You know, I'm telling all my patients, today was the first day I was back in clinic. I took a day off yesterday because I really wanted to reset myself. I needed to understand what am I feeling and to process those feelings, to understand, you know, whatever is going on, because we are all going through many different feelings at the same time. There's anger, there's grief, there is this sense of loss. So it's very important for you know, all of us to kind of check in with yourself. Ask yourself, how am I doing? What am I feeling? And then do something about it. Like, for example, I took the day off, I canceled my clinic, and I, you know, spent the day with my little one, went to Barnes and Nobles, just took a day off. And it doesn't make you less of a human, it makes you more of a human, because, you know, we also have that guilt that this is happening and I am talking about taking time off. So I feel like that's the first step in recovery.
So when you say you check in with yourself, I know you ask yourself, how are you feeling? For a lot of people, it's sadness, it's anger, but then a lot of people, what they do is try to suppress those actions, maybe feel like they need to do something, they need to continue working, they need to keep themselves busy. And I understand that that can harm you in a way if you're not addressing those feelings. So tell me how to actually address those feelings once you know what you are feeling.
Absolutely. And you know, I always ask my patients, what is your anchor? What is your support system? Whether it is your faith, whether it is you know, your family, checking in with your neighbors, gardening, exercise. I feel like whenever we are in a situation which is uncontrollable, which we cannot control, we know that it is hurting us, we always reach out towards the things that we know we can control, right? I can control how much time I spend with my family, or I can go out for a walk, or I can you know, do some gardening, or just something to take my mind off. And little by little, that's when you start working towards making the bigger impact to help the community recover from it.
And I'll just tell you a personal example. You know, it's been very heavy on all of us to be reporting on what's been going on. And so my 8-year-old son, which you all probably, I talk about him a lot, he's wanting to know what's happening, what's going on, why do you feel sad, why are you and daddy concerned? What I wanted to do was we went out and we got supplies and we donated them this morning. But for those who might not have the time to do that, but do have time to have that conversation with their child, how do they start to do that?
You know, that's such an important point, because, you know, a lot of times we feel like we want to shield our children. Oh, don't tell them, it'll be too traumatic for them to understand. But I am a firm believer of having open conversations based on the age group. So for little kids, you have that conversation in the safety of your home, so that whatever reaction they have, if they are crying, if they are throwing a temper tantrum, they know that they are safe. They know that they are surrounded by their parents who will make sure that they'll fix whatever they are feeling. So have those conversations with your children. Don't go too much into detail. They don't need to know. And make sure that you do those frequent check-ins with them. How are you doing? Did you sleep okay? Make sure that you observe, you know, some children might have nightmares. The children who have lost friends, you know, they will be going back to school in the summer. So tell them a direction to grieve. They could write letters to their friends. They could draw paintings, or they could do a cloth and a toy drive. You know, something to distract them from what they're feeling and making it into something more positive, which will eventually, you know, I think we should all be modeling the same behavior.
And that's more of what a lot of people do, is take their pain, turn it into some sort of a purpose.
Exactly.
And so I guess last question I want to ask you is, what's the big takeaway for people who are hearing about this in the news? Because it's just so hard to even grasp and fathom that right now at this hour there are people that are still searching for loved ones. You know, there is no right answer to that. Right? But the most important thing, like I said earlier, it is important to understand yourself. I know the first responders, you guys, you've been here, you know, non-stop. You know, you're taking it all in. You need to understand that there needs to be some kind of an outlet. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to break down and cry. And we are all here. You know, therapists, counselors, pediatricians, psychiatrists, we are all here to help you guys, to help whoever needs that hand-holding, and that, you know, it'll be all right. This is something that we didn't want. We cannot do anything about it, but we can help the community rebuild together by recognizing that we need help first, and then moving forward. Yeah, that's the best way to go about doing it. Well, thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
J.
you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
And thank you for all your hard work as well.
Yes, thank you. We'll hopefully have her back again a little bit later. Now, I want to go out to Fox 26's Jillian Hartman, who has been reporting for us in the Texas Hill Country. We do understand she's in Burnett County. So, Jillian, what all can you tell us from where you're at?
We have a heartbreaking update here in Burnett County. Authorities just confirmed they have recovered a 5th body. So there have now been 5 fatalities in this area. They have recovered the body of William Venus Sr. He was driving along the bridge here early Saturday morning along Hamilton Creek when the creek overflowed and he was swept away by floodwaters. Yesterday, we spoke with his son, who traveled in from Maryland to help authorities search for his dad, and we have learned he has not survived. We talked to the son yesterday before he learned the tragic news about his dad's passing.
At the time when he saw the water, he said he didn't think he was going to make it. I had never heard him talk like that before. So I'm not, you know, best case scenario, he's saying, or maybe I'm not going to make it home, you know? Or worst case, I'm not going to make it at all. When I heard that, just hearing his tone and hearing that he was actually scared for once, I kind of broke. I broke.
Now, we also learned from authorities they have recovered the body of the missing 17-year-old girl. The girl's mom tells me the other day that they were leaving for a family trip when they drove over a bridge that collapsed into Cow Creek. Now, they were able to get out of the van, her husband, son, daughters, and their kid's friend, and they were able to make it to shore safely except for her 17-year-old daughter, and we just learned that her body has been recovered. Now, authorities are still looking for the missing local volunteer fire chief. The Marble Falls volunteer fire chief, Michael Phillips, is still missing. He went missing after responding to a water rescue call along Cow Creek early Saturday morning. He was swept away by floodwaters, and the search for him continues. We are checking in with local authorities to get updates. Just make sure to stay with Fox Local for the latest information. I'm Jillian Hartman, Fox News.
All right, Jillian, thank you. Now, we do understand Texas EquuSearch is playing a big role in recovery efforts in the areas that are impacted by the weekend floods. Nate Griffin spoke with Tim Miller, who's in Ingram at City West Church.
Search and rescue efforts continue as we're here at the City West Church in Ingram. And look who I found. I found my friend, Tim, and he's right here. Tim Miller, director, that's what's on his shirt, of Texas EquuSearch. And of course, you went to work yesterday as soon as you got here. I came looking for you, and you were down by the Guadalupe River. Talk about that experience.
Well, and this is our 3rd day and stuff, and so, you know, that first day was here just getting organized and get people in place and everything, and the, you know, the devastation overwhelming, to say the least. So we got a lot of big, heavy equipment in here. I think yesterday we had 135 plus of our members and volunteers in different areas. There's a lot of area to cover. We've done a tremendous amount of cleanup. We had a little bit of success yesterday with our cadaver dogs, and we've got the dogs out now in different areas, and we're, every day the search gets bigger and bigger, and again, there's just miles and miles of devastation. So, trying to keep it organized, trying to keep people in their place and everything. And things change. We may be in one area, then all of a sudden something else becomes priority and stuff. And many different organizations here and stuff. So, everybody's working together. This will certainly take a physical toll on you.
Sure.
But I think more important than the physical toll is the emotional things that we see, and it's certainly not pretty. It's not pretty at all. In fact, we got one of our members that one of her very good friends was just here that weekend camping and got washed away, and we found that vehicle, we found that truck and stuff. Haven't located them yet. So, this has kind of touched home to some of our people, and it's certainly what it's done to this community and many families. So, we're just here doing what we do, and just trying to get everything organized and people out. It's, again, just not one of the things we wanted to see by no means. So, we can just do our little part to try to make a difference in a very troubled time.
And we certainly appreciate that, Tim. I saw your crew over there. You guys do a tremendous job. And you know what? The city, this area, it's blessed having you here. Thanks so much for what you do. I appreciate it.
Just many prayers need to go to many people right now.
No question.
All right, Nate.
Tim Miller, Texas Equisearch, joining
you.
us, guys. And that's going to do it from here for now. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, and that was our Nate Griffin. Now, out in Kerr County and other parts, agencies are using search and rescue dogs to find the missing, but someone has to keep those canines going, and that's where Texas A&M's Veterinary Emergency Team, or VET, comes in. Dr. Deborah Zuran, who's the director of the group, was on Houston's morning show earlier.
It was a combination of support for resident animal issues, so dogs, cats, horses, cows, all of those guys. But we were also very connected to Texas A&M Task Force 1 because they're in College Station with us, and we knew there was an incredible need to support their mission. And so for the 15 years of our life as a team, we've had that dual responsibility to supporting their efforts as well as community and resident animals impacted by disaster.
We understand, the dogs are on the front lines right now. We understand some of them are even being injured, as they're in the vegetation and the debris fields. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're helping these dogs? And it's got to be a challenge to just keep them all fit and healthy through this.
Yeah, so that's our mission, honestly. The dogs are very fit. They're used to this weather, particularly the Texas dogs, not so much some of the dogs coming from outside of the state. But think of it like a marathon, right? So you are working from morning to night on a very physical thing on very difficult terrain. And so your feet and your legs, and particularly their pads, are going to take a lot of wear and tear, but you're also going to have a lot of muscle wear and tear. It's very active physical work. And all of those things need to work well in order for this nose, which was what we really need to work, to continue to do its job and for them to detect and find people so they can make closure. So we worry a lot about managing and watching their feet, helping them keep them clean, watching for injuries, dealing with them when they have them. But then we start building in as the days go by, and now we're on day 4, and we've had a team out, well, we've been here since the 4th, and we've had a team with us and dogs working since the 4th on a daily basis, and they're starting to get some of that wear and tear and muscle. And so then we start to work on, do we just manage this with our typical anti-inflammatories, the Advil that we take when we're sore versus for the dogs, versus starting to do physical therapy things. So we add in laser therapy to help muscle soreness. We can add in massage. It is a little bit like a sports doc that's helping keeping an athlete in the game. And that's a really big deal.
It's incredible to think about
is.
all those things going on behind the scenes. Have you had any problems like snake bites or anything else? Because I think of those conditions there and they look pretty brutal.
Yeah, we're very worried about that. We are prepared for that. And so we have antivenom if we need it. And we have contacts with the local emergency vets here in town and in San Antonio should we get a rattlesnake bite. Those are the ones we really worry about. Rattlesnakes and dogs, the venom in those snakes are really, really horrible. Water snakes are bad, but the venom, it doesn't really, I mean, it's injurious to the tissue, but it's less likely to cause a really, to cause death or really severe illness. So yes, we're worried about those, but so far, touch wood, we haven't had that problem. I think that's going to increase as we start the delayering of the debris piles as they indicate or find scent or odor in an area. Oftentimes that's when you begin the delayering of those trees and all that debris. That's when we're going to start to see some of this. So we're really paying attention to that right now.
Dr. Zuran, thank you for taking time from Texas A&M's veterinary emergency team to walk us through what you're doing there. It's remarkable, and I hope they'll all stay as healthy as can be because of you. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we'll be right back. All right, taking a live look outside. It is a mess out there when it comes to just the rain. You definitely want to drive slowly. We're taking a live look here. Houston TransStar bring this to us. This is 59, the East Tex Freeway at San Jac River. You can see folks are really driving slow there. It is kind of hard to see, but you see in both directions, north and southbound, they're going pretty slow. So you want to definitely make sure you allow enough room between you and the vehicle in front of you. Now, earlier today, Live Now interviewed an emergency management expert, and let's play back some of what they had to say.
And search and rescue teams continue to wade into these elevated rivers like the one you're seeing on your screen and use heavy equipment to untangle trees as part of this massive search for missing people. Authorities overseeing the search for flood victims said they will wait to address questions about weather warnings and why some summer camps did not evacuate ahead of the flooding. To discuss all of this, I want to bring in Joel Yonkman. He's an emergency responder and emergency management expert. Joel has been a consultant for FEMA since 2005 and is the owner of Emergency Response and Global Security Solutions. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to start with this. You have over 30 years of experience in emergency management here. What's going on in Kurville right now? How does this compare to what you have seen throughout your career? What is the scope of this?
So the scope of this is very significant. What you're seeing is you're actually seeing the mobilization of response agencies from across the country. This is really kind of the best of the best getting together to kind of deal with, a catastrophic incident that's affecting the community there. You're seeing the relationship between first responders, the private sector, and them coming together to kind of work on this rescue effort, this large scale rescue effort that was just shown on your channel.
I think a lot of people are talking about the terrain. I'm giving you a live look right now at our Fox affiliates, giving us these images of what this looks like today. What are the biggest challenges here when it comes to the terrain? I mentioned some of what these first responders, rescuers are having to deal with as this search continues. But what are the biggest challenges here? And another question is, how does the response plan change to accommodate those challenges?
So what you saw a little while ago was really kind of the morning briefing that sets the tone for the day. Every day they'll go through that morning briefing because every day is going to be a new set of challenges. The challenges that you saw, like in the picture, obviously, is you have a tremendous amount of debris that are in the waterways. So as first responders navigate those waterways, they need to be very aware of where they're at. If they're doing rescues in the water, the water actually covers or hides a lot of potential risks. Could be down power lines, could be hazardous material. So they need to be familiar or be aware of where they're at, what's happening. And ultimately, again, that's what you're seeing. Today they're planning for events for tomorrow, and they're looking at, where they're going to be operating, and then ultimately, what risks are associated with those operations for tomorrow. And again, they'll have that meeting tomorrow morning to kind of talk through, what are the risks of the day. So it's a very orchestrated, a very tactical process that they're following. And ultimately, at the end of the day, is really the safety of the responders, but making sure that also they're accomplishing their job of searching for those victims.
I wanted to share this timeline here that we have created, the timeline of the National Weather Service flood threats. And I just want to read through it quickly here. So this initial flood watch, which generally urges residents to be weather aware, that was issued by the National Weather Service office at 1:18 p.m. on Thursday. It predicted between 5 to 7 inches of rain. But the weather messaging from the office became a bit more urgent early Friday morning, urging people to move to higher ground and evacuate these flood-prone areas. Now, at 4:03 a.m., the office issued an urgent warning that raised the potential of catastrophic damage and a severe threat to human life. Officials now are under some scrutiny, but they're also saying, nobody saw this coming. So my question for you is really, was there anything that could have been done to prevent this? How quickly does flash flooding really come on here?
So in this particular case, flash flooding is flash flooding, and it's called flash flooding for a reason. In this case, you saw, the water levels rise many feet in just a couple of minutes. So, understanding where you're at, understanding the risks associated with where we're at, kind of that situational awareness is going to be critical. When you're, in those areas, of what's important is to really understand the emergency management process in the area, the notification process. Unfortunately, this happened, really in the early morning hours. And we're talking that these events, occurred from beginning to end in less than an hour. So, being that everybody was probably, in bed sleeping, the likelihood of them being notified was probably really low. This is kind of the worst case scenario of as far as incidents occurred, because again, it happened the time that it happened, and then certainly the flash flooding component where it happened over a matter of minutes as opposed to hours and days in some disasters.
Now, of note here, the county had considered a flood warning system along the river that would have functioned similar to a tornado warning siren about 6 or 7 years ago, but that idea never really got off the ground because of the expense. But if we're talking about looking forward to the future here, making sure that these instances are prevented and never happen again, what needs to happen here? What needs to be put in place?
So, every community that has, and we're talking about flash flooding. So in this particular area, they need to really look at the hazards associated. Obviously, this is known as Flash Flood Alley for a reason. So certainly, looking at some sort of notification system certainly would be prudent. But, again, the community, the emergency managers, the first responders in the area, their job is really kind of going to be to look at this kind of retrospectively and look at, ways to mitigate any risk. And that could be implementing or installing an early warning system for, flash flooding in the area. But again, understand that in the middle of the night, even those systems are it's gonna be a challenge because of the timing. The 45 minutes from beginning to end in the middle of the night is gonna be difficult.
One of my last questions for you here, Joel, this is a post from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says Texas is working tirelessly to assist local officials with recovery and rescue operations. Heavy rain continuing to be a threat. We actually saw that with our Fox affiliates as they were just in that weather segment. Texas should be weather aware. Texas will not stop until every missing person is found. So where does this go from here? Officials saying they're not giving up. Could this take weeks, months at this point? And how is the chance of rain, even further rain coming, going to affect that?
Well, like what was mentioned in the segment before, any rain at this point is going to be really, really difficult to manage. Understand that the soil, especially in that particular area, does not the ground is saturated. The soil does not absorb a whole lot of water simply because of its makeup. Where it goes from here, Governor Abbott, and the team there in Texas will continue their efforts to, rescue folks. But unfortunately, the reality is that at some point we're going to transition from rescue to recovery, and hopefully everybody's found. But hopefully, as we move forward, we're going to have to look at the damages that were caused by the water, and then ultimately, move into that recovery period and determine, how that community is going to be rebuilt and what becomes the new norm.
All right, and we are going to continue our coverage with Fox 26's Isaiah Carey coming up at 3 o'clock on Houston Live and Local.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the flooding here in Texas, where it has been just a nightmare. Over 100 people have been counted as dead so far. Still, many are missing out there. Search and rescue crews are still out looking for survivors. And of course, Ramisha Shade is joining us now with the latest in weather. Ramisha, driving in, there was rain, and it's just unrelenting. And for those who are in the hill country, obviously it's nightmarish for them going through this, looking for loved ones while also having to deal with the psychological effects of having more rain coming their way.
You're right, Isaiah. So many different aspects to this tragedy. It's just hard for the average person to grasp exactly what has transpired over the last 3 to 4 days. It's just unimaginable almost, but it is reality. And a little bit of good news for Kurville, Kerr County, of course, Hunt, Comfort, some of those areas hardest hit. It's drying out right now. Partly cloudy, not a drop of rain right now. No flood watches, no flash flood warnings. So that's a little bit of good news. Hopefully that will help the crews maybe speed up some of that recovery, because there's going to be a lot going on.
But our map is not looking good at all.
Not really. Not 10 to 20 inches of rain, but
you're the meteorologist. I'll leave that to you.
All right. Yeah, no, your assessment is accurate.
Thank you.
It's not looking great. But it's looking a little bit better for H-Town right now, because we had some super heavy rain over us over the last few hours. It's that dark red you don't want to see. And even worse, you don't want to drive in it. That's when those feeder roads, side roads quickly start to flood, and sometimes you find yourself stuck because that water can pile up quickly. So first I want to show you where we do have our flood advisories. Now keep in mind, this is not a flash flood warning. That would be emergency, life-threatening flash flooding where you just need to immediately take action. This is really for more of the minor flooding of some of the low-lying areas that are more typically prone to flood, maybe a few flooded streets out there. Still, you need to take it seriously, but this is not the worst-case scenario situation at this point. But we do have an aerial flood advisory in place for north central Harris County. This goes out through 3:45 p.m. Time right now, 3:02. So we got about another 43 minutes to go. I want to show you how much rainfall our Fox Red radar is estimating, and anywhere from 2 to about 3 inches of rain showing up very close to Bush Airport, where the delays, by the way, are building. Dyersdale, Calgary Woods, North Shadydale, and also over towards Hardy Heights, Aldine. Those areas have picked up quite a bit of rain, already a few inches of rainfall. Also, we did have a flood advisory for parts of Fort Bend County, southwest of Sugar Land, but that one has come to an end. Notice the heaviest rain has now moved out of the Bush Airport area. Still some light to moderate showers coming down. That spreads into downtown Houston, Baytown, LaPorte, Magnolia. But the heaviest of that rain has shifted north. So right now we got a strong storm rolling right over you if you are in Walker County and Huntsville, especially. Heavy rain, small hail, maybe some 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts, and how about 60 to 61 lightning strikes. So that's our one strong storm right now, and that's where the heaviest batch of rain is going to be. So if you're up around Huntsville, watch out for some ponding of water, maybe some of those streets starting to flood a little bit over the next hour or so. Let's hop down towards the coast. Sweeney, Bay City, Palacios, Point Comfort getting in on some of the heavier downpours. Nothing severe here or strong, just some plain heavy rain to worry about. So remember, that is going to make it more difficult to see out there. Also, we got a few showers near Pasadena, Pearland, and down around Manville and Alvin. But the good news, like I said, things have improved for much of the Texas Hill Country, but of course, flooding has been the huge story ever since the 4th of July holiday weekend. So I just wanted to go over these pointers. Remember, heavy rainfall can lead to rapid water rises in low-lying areas and rivers. It only takes 6 inches of water to sweep you away, 12 inches of water to sweep your car or SUV away, and only about 18 inches of water to sweep a large vehicle away. You never want to put yourself in that situation. We always say, turn around, don't drown. Sometimes people kind of make fun of that saying. Don't take it seriously, but it is a real thing, and it is very serious.
And those tips are absolutely important.
Yes.
Ramisha Shade, thank you. Now we're going to go to Texas's Hill Country in Kerr County, where Caroline Collins is live with the latest there. Caroline, I see you have an interview lined up. I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Isaiah. I'm here with Tommy Ireland, and he actually lived right down the street We're standing in front of this house, which his family owns, but he lived down the street in an RV park. Tommy, what happened?
Well, it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. The electricity goes off. And that woke me up when the electricity went off. So I get up, and mess around for a little bit. I thought, well, and then it come about 15 minutes, come back on. So I laid back down, and it was raining. I knew it was raining pretty hard, but I didn't think nothing like that. So all of a sudden, somebody come up banging on my door at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, man, who's that, you know? So I go out, answer the door, and he goes, Tommy, hurry up and get out. You know, the water's rising. I go, what? He goes, the water's rising. So I jump out, and I left everything in there. And I run out, and I got on my skid loader. Had a skid loader over there. So this guy that owns this place, his pickup was fixing to get washed away. So we went over and hooked the chain on his pickup, and I got him out. And then I was going to go get mine, and the water was already chest deep. Stuff flying by in that water, I mean, it just is nasty, dark. And I got over there, and I was going to get my pickup, and then he gets over there, and I got washed away.
It's emotional. I know. That's your whole life and your whole home that you lost so quickly.
Yeah, I lost everything, but it's just material, you know. But anyway, it was, then all of a sudden you could see those mobile homes floating down the river, you know, with the lights on and people screaming and crying.
You could hear those screams and cries from...
Awful. It's awful.
This house here, pretty damaged, and you said that your family owns this home.
I'm ex-brother-in-law,
okay.
But I still call him brother-in-law. So.
And
yeah,
this was an Airbnb, you said, and there were about 16 people in here?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're all okay?
Yeah, they're all okay.
Now, you said that you've never experienced anything like this.
I've never experienced anything like this. Never. It's just mind-blowing how strong that water is.
So your home is washed away, your car is washed away. Where do you go from here?
I don't know. Just live in God's hands, you know. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's emotional, and I see how emotional that you got just talking about it, and we appreciate you talking to us. We're praying for you and your family, and God, it's in God's hands at this point. So thank you so much, Tommy. It was so nice meeting you. Thank you. All right, we'll send it back to you in the studio, Isaiah.
Caroline, incredible story Tommy has there, just heartbreaking. And of course, you know, this is when the reality starts setting in for people after surviving, after realizing I'm alive. Now I have to face those losses. So just give him the best from us, Caroline. We appreciate your time. Now we're going to move to Tom Ziska, who is in Needville at a donation drop-off donation center there. And this is where Texans begin to stand up. And of course, you can participate as well. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Isaiah, good to see you over and over. That is true. Needville, Texas, Fort Bend County. It's about 40 miles from downtown Houston. This is a world away from the city. This small town, quintessential farming community, Texas community, certainly identifies with the people who've been affected in the hill country here. So since 9 o'clock this morning, they've been collecting stuff, and it's all, so far, it's in this trailer, and this kind of overflowed, but there's cleaning supplies, there's water, there's paper towels, there's toiletries, all of the things that people will need to kind of get things back together in the hill country. And so this will go out. I'll tell you about where it's going and when it's going, but I want to bring in Chris Janacek. He's come on in here. I told you this was going to happen, Chris. You're the organizer for this effort. You were watching these things over the weekend, and you said you needed to help. Why?
We wanted to help on behalf of our executive board and myself.
The Needville Harvest Festival.
Yes, the Needville Harvest Festival executive board, because we are seeing the pictures coming from the hill country, and folks need help, and we definitely want to help them.
We were talking earlier that small town Texas, right where we're standing, that's small town Texas where this is happening as well. You identify with that a lot in the need to help. Why?
Yes, we do. I think when you're in a small knit community such as Needville and these communities in the hill country, there is that sincere care for other folks, and you just want to help.
So we were also talking that the things that you collect, the things that you send on the way, it's not going to fix everything, but there needs to be a starting point to rebuild, to pick up the pieces. this sort of thing helps.
We hope this will. And Tom, as we discussed earlier in the day, it's so sad for the families that have lost lives. But this is a start, as you said, and hopefully this will help many folks get back to a normal life, if that's even possible.
I understand. And Chris, like so many people, you can't just sit and watch. You got to do something, and you're doing this.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So I did tell you that this trailer is full. This isn't itself going to the hill country. This is going to a larger trailer full of stuff, which will go to Marble Falls. Marble Falls kind of lost to some degree in some of the headlines. They talked to those folks. They said, yes, we will take these supplies. So these will head off to Marble Falls in the next 24 hours. They will be in people's hands by Friday, which is great news. They will be here till 6 o'clock here in Needville. If you're in the area, they will gladly take your belongings. Meantime, that's where we're live. Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
All right, Tom, thanks so much from Needville there. And of course, if you would like to donate, make sure you make a stop there in that community. Also here in Houston or anywhere you can find a drop-off location. Now we're going to go to Leander, which is in Williamson County, about 2 hours away from Kurville, where Katie Pratt has the latest in talking to some of the people there.
The community on the other side of Big Sandy Creek feels trapped.
For the most part, we're just isolated right now, and until they can do something with the bridge and see what they can do and allow people to go back across it again.
The bridge is the only way in or out of the neighborhood in Leander, but it has become increasingly unstable.
So this is the Big Sandy Bridge that originally washed out the last big storm we had probably 15 years ago. They rebuilt it. It has shifted 8 inches, so we have it shut down. It's not safe to pass right now.
With chunks of the bridge now in the river, other pieces are cracked, crumbled, or absent. People were driving four-wheelers and ATVs across it to bring in water, food, and other resources, but the crossings were limited to 4 people at a time on Monday just to be safe.
So at the moment it's just foot persons only across the bridge. So we are bringing stuff to the other side and carrying it over with we've only got 3 carts, but we're just making do.
Sparking worries for how long it will take to get it fixed so they can return to work.
My boss at work has already told me that you do what you need to do to take care of you and your family and your neighbors. And so I'm here, and that's why I'm here.
Days after the catastrophic flooding,
we saw bodies that haven't been found.
Several people are still missing in Travis County. Here goes one of those helicopters right now with search and rescue, looking for anyone who may still be out here.
We're just in shock and awe right now, just as to what's happened, and we never expected anything like this.
They were thankful for getting running water again after 3 days of not being able to shower, brush their teeth, or flush their toilets.
Everybody's going to have to understand that this is where we are, and we're doing the best we can, but it's hard.
Many of the neighbors are overwhelmed with gratitude for all of the support and donations received.
All the donation centres have been influxed. Definitely don't need any clothes. We're all closed as far as I know in the area at the moment because of everybody's generosity, but that might change.
And we will continue our continuing coverage of the flooding in the Texas Hill Country here on Fox Local. We're patiently waiting by to hear from Governor Greg Abbott and the latest that's going on in Austin, Texas, and all the updates he has on the flooding around the state. And we'll be back with more Houston Live and Local right here. Welcome back to Houston Live and Local and our continuing coverage of the flooding in the Texas Hill Country, where so far over 100 people have died. Now, one of the first agencies to respond to the flooding from the Houston area was the Houston Fire Department, headed by Fire Chief Thomas Munoz. And of course, he has once headed the Office of Emergency Management right here in the city of Houston, served on FEMA's Advisory Council, so he absolutely knows what he's doing. Let's get the latest from him.
So we have approximately 10 firefighters out there right now, specialized. 6 are on Texas Task Force 1, which specializes in search and rescue and recovery. And we got our 4 firefighters that are tactical trained that are also part of the responding along with the fire truck. Right now, what they're seeing is obviously devastation, a lot of pain involved as well. So they're out there supporting what we can, right? And so those are the things that they're doing right now. And I also want to just mention on behalf of the Mayor John Whitmire and the City of Houston and our Houston Fire Department, our prayers go out to them. But yeah, talking to the members this morning, it is a very daunting task that they're working on right now. So, but along with the rest of the state and some other parts of the country have sent support as well.
Can you talk a little bit about the special equipment that they took to help out, and what specific types of things they're helping to do?
So as I mentioned, our tactical team took one of our fire trucks to help out some of the areas as well. But all these individuals are highly trained, and that's the biggest equipment they take, right, along with all their safety equipment. But they take the training that's been provided that they've done over the years, are trained in these type of swift water situations, search and rescue, recovery. So they do that, and along with the equipment they have is obviously all their safety gear, as I mentioned, to ensure their safety, but also their training definitely comes into play in moments like this.
I think it's so meaningful that we are able to just pack up some of Houston's finest and go. What does that mean to you to see them there making such a difference in such a trying time for a lot of people in Texas?
Well, it means a lot to us, and as I mentioned, we have Mayor John Whitmire who's very supportive of this, and it means a lot to the fire department as well that we could provide, as you mentioned, our finest and all the firefighters that we have here. But it means a lot. It means a lot when I make a call to the mayor and he says, whatever, Mayor Whitmire, whatever they need, please provide. So that means a lot to us that we can help out during times like this. And it is heartbreaking, but we're there to help, and that's what we do. That's what we do each and every day. And fortunately, they have the training to be able to provide help in times like this. So it's a very difficult time for all of us, but extremely proud of them, the Houston Fire Department, and the support we received from Mayor Whitmire. And it's just one of those moments that it all comes together. But it's a very, very emotional time too. As I spoke to them this morning, very emotional. They do have peer support out there to help them. Ironically, talking to one of the members today, canine dogs have been a big relief to them as well, for that quote unquote comfort.
That's huge.
Yeah, and can you talk a little bit, obviously we're very familiar with flooding problems here. Can you talk a little bit about how you are preparing for any potential flooding hurricane season here locally?
Good question. We here at the City of Houston, along with Office of Emergency Management, Public Works, all the stakeholders, ourselves, prepare. Actually, right before hurricane season, I would say even 3 months out before hurricane season, we start getting our plans, our crisis communication plans internally here. We've already looked at our hurricane plans, what's that going to look like, but we work in conjunction together. We have a fine team throughout the city that we all work together, start looking at the plans, the hurricane plans, what's our posture going to be, the crisis communication, the instructional information, as well as the information that's going to be needed to make the decisions that we do. But we're always working with the National Weather Service. We start looking at it 120 hours out. What's that going to look like? What type of message are we going to send out? And one of the things that, as Mayor Whitmire's always said, that public safety is his #1 priority. We got in conversations with all the city leaders, not just ourselves, but all the directors, start seeing what it's going to look like to ensure the safety of everyone and as well as our members. So a lot of planning goes into this. Office of Emergency Management does an amazing job getting everybody together. So we start having those calls and the trainings and to make sure that we're on the same page when it comes time to activate it. We have to.
I know that's very reassuring for Houstonians to hear. Chief Munoz, such an honor to take your busy time from the Houston Fire Department. Thank you for sharing this, and just know that we're sending all of your firefighters there the very best as they work so diligently. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Texas lawmakers have already began assessing what they could have done better to prevent this flooding that has claimed over 100 lives already. Now, there was a special session already planned for July 21st here in Texas, called by the governor initially to address 6 vetoed bills, but now we're sure, more than likely certain, that flooding will come up. We have more from Stephen Dial in Dallas.
The hill country, known for its rugged terrain, making it one of the most dangerous parts of the state when it comes to flooding. Governor Abbott over the weekend said that he will add this topic to the special session, possibly making lawmakers push for legislation to add sirens in the area. As the search for victims continues in Kerr County, the conversation is shifting to preventative measures.
We have a special session coming up, and the way to respond to like what happened in Kurville is going to be a topic for the special session to address.
Sunday, Governor Abbott told the media while places like Kurville deal with flash floods often, no one expected there to be a nearly 30-foot water wall. Abbott has already called lawmakers back to Austin on July 21st for a special session on THC restrictions. But now it appears severe weather alerts will be part of the session as well. With dozens dead, including children from here in North Texas, people are calling on lawmakers to fund some type of new alert system near the Guadalupe River. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick talked about emergency sirens on Fox News Monday afternoon.
Had we had sirens along this area, up and down, the same type of sirens that they have in Israel when there's an attack coming, that would have blown very loudly, it's possible that would have saved some of these lives.
Kerr County does not have outdoor sirens. Previous efforts to create them failed because of the cost. This past legislative session, House Bill 13, would have created an organization to allocate state funds for things like outdoor sirens. But the bill did not make it out of a Senate committee. Even if it had passed, it would not have taken effect until September.
You're just going to have to come back with old technology that works with new tech to give another shot at getting people's attention in a flash flood area.
I spoke to Harris County State Senator Paul Bettencourt Monday. He took to social media saying he wants to file legislation to put sirens in flood-prone areas.
This is just another way to layer in more possibilities of getting people's attention in a natural disaster. Because unfortunately, we're over-reliant on this now because we want it to do everything. But there may be times when people ignore it or they turn it off. So a siren cuts through all that, it goes around this technology and can work with it.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and Senator Bettencourt, who you heard from, both say that it will take some time for that infrastructure to be built. Once lawmakers come to a compromise on some type of preventative measure, the state does have a huge budget surplus, so funding should not be an issue. In Dallas, Stephen Dial, Fox News.
While many people are focused on the Texas flooding, claiming over 100 lives, many are also reflecting on Hurricane Beryl, which hit us 1 year ago today. And we get the latest from Allison Gargara.
Hurricane Beryl made landfall in 2024, but this was a historic storm. Hurricane Beryl was the earliest Category 5 storm on record in the Atlantic, and then it ended up making landfall 3 times across the Caribbean, Mexico, and then even here in Texas. So I want to start with where it all started, in the Atlantic as a tropical depression. The thing is, there was not much wind shear and not a ton of dry air during this time, so this storm really increased pretty quickly. By the time it made its way to the island of Grenada, it made landfall as a strong Category 4 hurricane with 140-mile-per-hour sustained winds. That was back on July 1st of 2024. Then here we go. It moved into the piping hot waters of the Caribbean, and it was able to gain strength as a Category 5 storm. Again, the earliest on record. We We had peak maximum sustained winds at 165 miles per hour, and then the lowest pressure during this time specifically was 932 millibars. The thing is, usually when we see a landfall with these storms, the storm falls apart a little bit. The thing is, these islands are so small that when the storm rolled through, it didn't do much in the way of tearing it apart at all. Actually, it strengthened after that. Then we did see a little bit of weakening just to the south of the island of Jamaica, but it kept trucking and actually became a Category 3 before dropping back down to Category 1 strength at its second landfall. This was in Tulum, Mexico, the day after the 4th of July. Okay, then it made its way over the Yucatan. But the thing is, yes, there was a lot of land that it had to move over, but it didn't completely dissipate. It actually kicked back out into the Gulf as a tropical storm. But the thing is with this system is that it sped up on approach to landfall in Matagorda Bay, Texas. And that was at Category 1 strength, 90 mile per hour sustained winds. And a few days later on July 8th. And the thing with Beryl was it strengthened as it made its way inland over Houston. So we saw very strong winds, heavy rain, and a ton of power outages here locally. But another legacy of this storm is that it continued inland as a tropical depression and didn't become a remnant low until it made its way into Arkansas. Then after that, we had a 3-day tornado outbreak that had tornadoes spanning from Texas, Arkansas, all the way up into Ontario. In total, there were about 67 tornadoes reported, and very busy. Again, Beryl is going to go down in the history books, most likely and most notable for becoming the earliest Category 5 storm on record in the Atlantic.
And of course, if you want to find out if you can help those affected recently by the flooding in Texas's Hill Country, then this is what you need to do. Take out your phone, scan that QR code. It's for the Texas Flood Relief Effort. Many of the victims are in Kerr County, and of course, the damage and the devastation has an impact on at least 5 counties in the Hill Country area, including Williamson County and many others. But right now, this is how you can get involved. This is how you can help. You can show that spirit of cooperation by scanning that QR code. And once again, it's for Texas Flood Relief, and you can go online as well. We'll be back with more Houston Live and Local in just a moment. Stay with us. And welcome back to Houston Live and Local. A U.S. congressman is thankful today, very thankful, that his two daughters were saved from Camp Mystic. That congressman is August Pfluger. We have more in this report.
Well, as you mentioned, I have two daughters. One was up on what they call Senior Hill and, was more or less in a good high spot, safe from the floodwaters, high enough to where the floodwaters didn't reach them. But then I had another daughter who was down in what they call the flats. And, the experience that she went through was much different. And, like many of the campers there, as they were being alerted that there was a flood, I mean, they had been up pretty much all night since 11 or 12 p.m. because the storm was that intense. The lightning, everybody talked about the lightning and the thunder being so intense. And they could see that the water was rising, but it rose so quickly that as they were evacuated out to what they call Rec Hall, which has been mentioned as a 80-year-old plus building, they got into Rec Hall. They walked through almost knee-deep water to get there, and as the cabins were being alerted, that water was rising so quickly that within 10 minutes they had gone up to the second floor of Rec Hall, which, by the way, is not a very sturdy place. Campers are not generally allowed to be up there. So you had 100+ children that were up there watching this water rise almost to the second floor, and seeing the water, continue to come up in a way that is just.
Okay, welcome back. And of course, we're continuing our coverage of the flooding in Texas Hill Country. And now we go to Governor Greg Abbott in Austin with the latest update.
About 21 years ago, been to this store every year for many years. I've seen these little campers since they were just a little bit bigger than toddlers, young kids. I've seen them grow and mature into beautiful young men and women. Nothing is as heart-wrenching as hearing the stories of what the girls around here, especially the girls at Camp Mystic, went through. To see where they lived in one moment, where they disappeared the next moment, and were gone forever a few moments after that. I wanted these people to know, I want you all to know, the hearts of our fellow Texans are breaking every single day because of what people of this community and the surrounding area are going through. There's nothing more important on our hearts and minds than the people of this community, especially those who are still lost. I told them what we were doing, not just today, but what we are going to be doing for the days, weeks, and months to come. This is what they needed to hear. They need to know Texas is in this with the people in the Hill Country right here. We are not leaving until this job is finished. The job right now, the primary job right now, continues to be locating everybody who was affected by this flood. There still remain those who are missing. We have to find every single person who's missing. And that's job number one. While we are doing that job, it's important that we also be conducting other business affecting this storm. We did several things in that regard today. One is to get a better assessment about what exactly needed to be provided for the community. We took a flyover to get that assessment. I've been here for multiple times over the course of the past 2 decades, but multiple times over the course of just this one flooding episode. And I have a good feel on the ground of what is needed. But when you're in the air, you get a fuller perspective of how widespread, how catastrophic the damage is, and what must be done to fully address it. We were able to process that better today when we flew around. And on that fly around today, I had with me the Speaker of the House, Dustin Burrows, who's going to speak after myself. I want to provide you with some information, some of which is just now updated. First,
The numbers that I have is that there are 94 fatalities. 94 fatalities associated with this flooding event in this area. Separate from that, in other flooding events in other parts of the state of Texas, there's another 15 fatalities for a total of 109. To put this into perspective, just in the Kerr and Kendall counties alone, there are far more fatalities than there were in Hurricane Harvey. That's how catastrophic this is. I also have some updated numbers on those who are missing. First, from Camp Mystic. My information is those who are missing is down to now 5 campers and 1 counselor. 5 campers and 1 counselor missing. In addition to that, there is another child not associated with the camp who is missing. So for Kerr County, that would be a total of 7 who are missing. In other parts of the state, there are 12 who are missing. I have a new number, however. So one thing we've been reaching out to the public about is to get better information about those who were not registered at a camp, those who were not registered at a hotel, those who may have been down here who no one really had any accounting of. And through law enforcement agencies working together, they provided me this number. Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are 161 people who are known to be missing. And again, that comes from combined law enforcement efforts, 161 known people who are missing. Know this, we will not stop until every missing person is accounted for. Know this also, there very likely could be more added to that list. One way that we were able to expand the list of those who are missing is because family members, friends, neighbors, etc. begin calling in and reporting them as missing. What I want to do is once again provide a reminder to anybody watching this that if you have a friend, a family member, somebody that you think may be missing because of this storm, we need you to call the number that I'm about to give you. It is 830-258-1111. That's 830-258-1111. If you want to go to a website address, you can go to kurvillemissing@dps.texas.gov. I'm going to repeat it twice more. That's Kurville, spelled Kerrville, no space, then the word missing, MISSING. So Kurville Missing at dps.texas.gov. So either call that phone number, go to that website, and provide the name and the best identification you can and the last known location of anybody that you think is missing. Know this also, if you make a prank call or provide false information, that's a crime. Do not provide false information because you're hindering our ability to undertake this investigation, hindering our ability to actually rescue and find those who truly are missing. So you better be correct when you're calling in and let us know that there is somebody who is missing. Importantly, we know that so many families are going through grief that's beyond anyone's comprehension right now. Beyond any of us being able to walk up to them and give them the magic words that will make them suddenly feel healed. We know that they need grief counselors. We have 5 organizations that together are providing dozens of grief counselors for all of the affected family members around here. It's so important at times like this for family members to access that grief counseling so they can have their mental and emotional health needs addressed in what may be the most challenging time of their lives. Something else that's a help as we begin the process of helping places like the Hunt store, the local community, Hunt, Texas, be able to rebuild. One thing that is speeding that recovery was the immediate granting of the major master declaration that was granted by President Trump. It immediately opened not only access to more funding, but also access to more resources to be able to more quickly and more effectively respond to this storm. That includes debris removal, which has already begun. It includes assistance for individuals who are eligible to apply, and the Director of Texas Division of Emergency Management will explain more about that in a second. But there are two categories of people or entities that there is money available to assist. One are individuals affected by the storm. Another are public entities like the town of Hunt, like the town of Kurville, like the county of Kerr, etc. They may have needs with regard to roads or utilities, whatever the case may be. Now the assistance is available for them to more effectively and more quickly address that. With regard to roads, anybody who's driven around here knows that there are some roads that need repairs. The Texas Department of Public Safety is working 24/7 to make sure they're going to be getting these roads repaired and passable as quickly as possible. Going back to President Trump, he and I spoke again this morning, and he could not stop talking about how sad he was for all the little girls who've lost their life. He recounted his own understanding of what happened with what was really a tsunami wave of wall of water that swept too many of them away. And he cares a lot about those young ladies. And he wants to step up and make sure that any need that we have here in Texas is going to be met very quickly. And he's already done that by helping to provide the quick assistance by sending down Secretary Kristi Noem, who, listen, I've been dealing with events like this for 10 years. Never have I seen someone respond as quickly and as effectively as what Secretary Noem did. Also, while coming over here, I received this text from Secretary Kennedy that says the following. It says, Governor Abbott, it's Secretary Robert Kennedy. It says, we are set to declare a public health emergency for the Texas Hill Country flash floods. This will make it easier for healthcare and mental health providers from out of state to help both by traveling to the area and by telemedicine. Please let us know where we can be most helpful, which I will let him know. But I just wanted you to know about that new update. Now I would like to turn things over to the Speaker of the Texas House, Dustin Burns.
Thank you, Governor. First, to the members of the community and all those who've been impacted, the survivors, those who've lost loved ones, I know there's not any adequate words any of us can express to share our care and concern. But I want to promise you, every person in this state, every tip of it, we have held you in our thoughts, in our prayers, and we will continue to do so as you go through this and you take care of what I know all Texans can endure. I had the opportunity to fly with Governor Abbott today over the damaged area. It is hard to comprehend the amount of water that came through in such a short period of time. It is unimaginable what the victims and survivors went through as they were faced with that, and we heard the stories about that. And looking at the debris and looking at the problems and all of the damage that's been done, I know there's a long road to recovery. But through that, we saw some silver linings. We saw Texas flags being flown proudly because we know people in this state are resilient. We saw people from all over the state coming together and working and volunteering and trying to begin helping rebuild and continuing with the search and recovery efforts. I have had members of the Texas House from all over the state looking for ways to help. You have a great local representative with West Verdell, but I promise you, every Texan, all 150 members of the Texas House have been looking for ways to help. whether it's helping to raise money or wanting to do things. They are committed to it. I want to thank Governor Abbott for saying that we will address these issues in a special session in 2 weeks. And I want to assure you, the Texas House will be organized, we will be ready, and we stand willing and able to listen to the community and experts and do all that we can to help address it from this perspective. So thank you all very much for the opportunity. I'll turn over the microphone.
This is the kind of event that the Speaker of the House would have come to in an ordinary situation. When you consider the fact that we're going to start a special session 2 Mondays from now, a special session that will have at the top of its agenda helping communities like in Kerr County, Kendall County, as well as in Central Texas and the Big Country, all areas affected by the floods of the past week. Those issues are going to be on the agenda for the state to address from top to bottom. We want to make sure that when we end that session, we end it making sure these communities are better, more resilient, and have the resources that they need for the next chapter of their lives. Now we have the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Freeman Martin.
Governor, thank you. The governor said that we have 109 fatalities and 161 missing. Every asset and resource that the Department of Public Safety has is being used on this response. We have 258 people just from DPS assigned here in Kurville. They're from the Highway Patrol, the Tactical Marine Unit, criminal investigators, Texas Rangers, SWAT, IOD and ICT, and victim services. And you ask, well, what do all these do? Everybody does something different. Everybody understands search and rescue. When the governor mentioned 161 missing, the city of Kurville stood up a line that if you can't get a hold of a loved one, if they're missing in the Kurville area, call this number. That number grew to several hundred. These analysts worked with Kerr County Sheriff's Department and the Kurville Police Department to narrow that down. People that have been identified as deceased, people who have been found alive, deconflicted numbers that have been reported twice, and we are still down to 161 missing. All I can tell you is there's nothing to celebrate about how well we've done this far, but there's a lot of work to be done. And we're thankful that the speaker standing behind us and the governor, the Texas legislature has funded us and we're properly staffed and equipped to respond to this. Just this last session, a few weeks ago, we were given 6 replacement helicopters and 1 fixed wing. That is exactly what we use to respond to these. I'll tell you another thing, we have plenty of resources. But at the same time, we're not turning down one resource until we recover every last person on this list of 161. So we have FBI, DEA, HSI, the United States Border Patrol, the United States Coast Guard, everybody working together under a unified command, and we won't stop until we finish. A couple things. Right now in Burnett County, we have 3 Zodiac boats and 26 DPS personnel from the Tactical Marine Unit and the Texas Highway Patrol continuing searching. I'm in constant communication with the Travis County Sheriff, Sally Hernandez. They are helping us at the medical examiner's office, and at the same time, they have as many as 10 people that are missing from Travis County. As we pulled in the parking lot, I got off the phone with the sheriff from Williamson County. They just recovered their last victim. They had 3 people that were swept away, and just minutes ago, they recovered their last victim in Williamson County. There's a lot of big work to be done in Kerr County and Kendall County. We will continue to grow this and add additional agencies as we go forward. But the governor's right, we won't stop until every last body is recovered, alive or not. So thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
Now, General Seltzer with the Texas National Guard.
Thank you, Governor. I just got off about an hour-long helicopter trip with the governor, and I can tell you what I saw was miles and miles of massive devastation. The Texas National Guard is staying here working with our federal, state, and local partners to search for the
communities recover. We will continue using assets such as search crews on the ground, high-profile military vehicles, Black Hawk helicopters with rescue hoists, and heavy Chinook helicopters in order to conduct search and rescue, evacuation, and to insert critical safety teams into austere areas to help life-saving. Aiding us in the effort today is the arrival of 4 Black Hawk helicopters from the state of Arkansas. That grows our agency count to 13 helicopters in support of this effort. Additionally, overhead, for the last 3 days, we have had MQ-9 Reaper remotely piloted aircraft conducting search and rescue operations. We are working with other states to get additional crews to support so that we can expand the coverage of that search and rescue operation. And lastly, we have shelter management crews that are working within the community to help those in need. I would like to close by saying something that the governor has said many times before. He said it many times today, but I'll emphasize it. Your National Guard will not leave until every person is found. And we will not leave until our communities are recovered. Thank you.
General Seltzer rightfully mentioned and thanks the state of Arkansas for helping out with those Black Hawks as well as other resources. I jotted down from memory what I think is every state that I know has either provided help or offered it or is on its way. I say that I'm hoping I'm not leaving anybody out. But our fellow governors and fellow states are helping out from Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Ohio, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and I regret if I missed your state. I'll try to come back to it here in a second. But next is Chief Nim Kidd with the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I want to start by thanking all of you for standing out here in this heat and experiencing a little bit of what the volunteers and first responders are dealing with around the clock as we continue our search. We have 4 priorities. They are the continuation of the search. They are debris cleanup and removal. They are supporting individual assistance programs and public assistance programs. I'm going to dive into some of the details of those. We continue our search operations not just here in Kerr County, but in the other 5 counties where we have people that are reported missing. As you can see and hear by the trucks passing by, debris cleanup is well underway. I want to thank the volunteers and all of the private sector partners that are out there working on debris operations right now. This will aid in the continuation of our search. We are pushing forward to help those whose homes and businesses have been impacted through the FEMA Individual Assistance Program. The President's program has people here on the ground today that are working to get people registered through our websites and start opening disaster recovery centers today and tomorrow. Damage assessments for those locals are still underway, and we've had over 1,000 submissions into the ISTAT program. Please, if you have not submitted into the ISTAT program yet and your home or business was impacted, you send that information to us. Next, we continue to work on our public assistance for our communities, working to get our roads repaired, our debris cleaned up, our water, wastewater, and utilities back up online. Finally, I need your help in getting the message out to help keep the roads cleared. You've seen a lot of damage in these roads as our TxDOT crews are out trying to repair those roads right now while we still have a lot of traffic in our emergency operations. I want to thank you again for your time and your patience in helping us get this message out.
Thank you, Chief. Yesterday, I met with families that can't miss it. I made a commitment to them. The day before, I met with residents of Kurville. Today, I met with residents of Hunt. I made a promise to all of them. Texas will not stop until we finish the job. We will not stop until we identify, recover every single body will not stop until every road is rebuilt, every inch of debris is removed. Will not stop, because we are a state that cares about our people, cares about our communities, and will be with them every step of the way. We'll take a few questions.
Governor, right here, Uvalde happened.
Who have said that they didn't receive any emergency alerts on their phones, and are you going to have that conversation with the city manager? I asked this because earlier today during the conference, he really didn't respond to our questions related to how long it took him to evacuate people. Can you speak on that?
So obviously the local officials who were on the ground at the time would know the most about that. But let's talk about it in this way. That's going to be one of the issues that we begin to address in less than 2 weeks in the state legislature. We're going to address every aspect of this storm to make sure that we're going to have in place the systems that are needed to prevent deadly flooding events like this in the future.
Governor, just one question. When Uvalde happened, Governor, you led an investigation back then. Are you going to ask for an investigation in this case?
So we said when Harvey happened?
No, Uvalde. When Uvalde happened,
yeah,
and it was gross negligence back then. Now this happened, and the death toll is enormous. Are you going to ask for an investigation? Who is to blame here, Governor?
Right. So I'm going to talk about two different things. The first part of your question, and that is an investigation. We know a special session's coming in about 10 days. That's where, I would say where it begins. Candidly, those investigations will begin by both the House and Senate before we go into session. So probably beginning later this week or the early part of next week, there'll be committees formed that are already kind of working on ideas about ways to address this. Second part of the question needs to be addressed. You ask, I'm going to use your words, who's to blame? Know this. That's the word choice of losers. Let me explain one thing about Texas. And that is, Texas, every square inch of our state cares about football. You could be in Hunt, Texas, Huntsville, Texas, Houston, Texas, any size community, they care about football. High school, Friday Night Lights, college football, or pro. And know this, every football team makes mistakes. The losing teams are the ones that try to point out who's to blame. The championship teams are the ones that say, don't worry about it, man, we got this. We're going to make sure that we go score again, that we're going to win this game. The way winners talk is not to point fingers. They talk about solutions. What Texas is all about is solutions. In fact, I want to read you something that I received last night that's worth emphasizing to put this in context. measures that are going to be able to prevent loss in other regions going forward. So we have our work cut out for us, but I know the members of the House, members of the Senate, I know we'll work and get some meaningful things done.
Governor Abbott, over here, sir. First of all, we want to acknowledge the superhuman work that's happening to support these rescue and recovery efforts, but there are growing concerns in this community about who is in charge. During those critical hours, we had a first alert ding in at 1:14, and when the wall of water arrived here just before 5 a.m., what is your level of concern here, and what are you looking into personally?
So again, my focus isn't on trying to say, oh, you did wrong or you should have done better there. My job is to bring Texas and Texans together and make sure that we immediately start delivering on solutions. You talk about the heroic effort, and no one has seen the level of response as what Texas has provided over the past 4 days or so. And we continue to maintain that response here while also going to the state capitol and working on around-the-clock responses there to make sure that we do deliver real solutions for these people sitting right behind you.
And then follow up for Chief Pitt, please.
Sure. So what your question is about what local officials knew? You'd have to ask them. You know, what the state was aware of, the state was aware that there was a possible serious flooding event days in advance, and we pre-positioned assets and resources and personnel. And we remember the flood began on Friday morning. We originally positioned those assets, resources, and personnel on Wednesday. Then when greater clarity was discerned on Thursday, we moved them closer, added, and made sure that we had adequate supply going into Friday. So we were ready with the resources on the ground to be able to quickly respond. Some people say, well, we responded so fast. One reason we did respond fast is because we had assets here already. That said, we didn't know the magnitude of the storm. We knew that there was a flash flood warning. And if you heard a flash flood warning, no one would know that would be a 30-foot high tsunami wall of water, I don't think. But all I can tell you is the information we had, the state had, and that we acted on, was information that catalyzed us to begin putting assets and resources in place 2 days before the event happened.
We have time for 2 more, folks. Chief Pitt, a follow-up, sir.
Yep.
And of course, that's Governor Greg Abbott at a press conference on the Texas Hill floods. And of course, we will continue to follow this. Stay with us here on Fox Local and Houston Live and Local. We'll be back after this. And welcome back to Houston Live and Local. We just wrapped up a press conference from Governor Greg Abbott there talking about some of the damage in the Texas Hill Country floods, where he now says the numbers at 109 deaths. And what was shocking in some of the statistics that he gave was that he said there are still 161 people unaccounted for and or missing. Now, those are individuals who may not have been registered at a hotel or at a camp, but they were known likely to be in that area. They've also set up a hotline for individuals who still may have missing family members or friends who were last seen in the Kerr County area. And we're talking about not just Kerr County, but 6 counties from Travis to Kerr to Williamson. And that number, if you still have a missing person in that area, is 830-258-1111. And also he gave out a website. You can go to that website and register that person as well at kurvillemissing@dps.texas.gov. He says, of course, those who provide false information or crank calls, they will be prosecuted. That is a crime. Another important thing that the governor says, we are not leaving until this job is finished. He did a flyover along with the Speaker of the House of the Texas Legislature. He says this will be part of what they consider in the special session scheduled for July 21st here. Originally, 6 veto bills were on the agenda. Now, of course, we know flooding will have to be. Also, very interesting, the governor said to a reporter who began asking, all the reporters began asking tough questions, and he says those who ask the question, who's to blame, is a question for losers. And with that said, we have with us State Representative Ron Reynolds, who is a Democrat, joining us here. After hearing Governor Abbott assessment of the situation, first of all, the damage, the death, the search and rescue, your thoughts about where we stand now here in Texas?
Well, Isaiah, first of all, it is gut-wrenching to know that over 100 Texans passed away because of this devastating flood. In addition to that, based on Governor Abbott, we know that there are over 100 more that are still unaccounted for. So we could be looking at over 200 people that could possibly be dead. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we know that the number every day keeps going up. And so that is, it was chilling as I was listening to Governor Abbott describe that. I didn't know that number was quite that high. I thought there were several.
No one did.
No one did until
thought maybe a dozen more.
Exactly. Those were the numbers that I was seeing. So this was real numbers that he said he got from law enforcement. So these aren't fictitious numbers. This is actual numbers. So that is very heartbreaking to know that there are people that are still unaccounted for. I am so proud of our first responders, the people who are out there, as Governor Abbott said, searching day and night. They will not give up until every single body is accounted for. We're praying that there are people who are still alive that need to be searched and rescued, but far more likely, these are bodies that are being recovered. And so we want those families to be able to have proper closure, and we want everyone to be accounted for. That's what Governor Abbott pledged to do. I'm happy that Speaker Burrows was with him, and also the local representative who I spoke to on the phone yesterday, Representative Verdell, who represents Kerr County. I pledged to him that I was going to do everything I could. This is a bipartisan effort. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, black, white, if you voted for Trump or not. This is about people. And so I'm very, as all Texans are, praying for the best outcome. So that is what we see right now with Governor Abbott with the flyover. He could see the devastation. And from what I get from local accounts, the debris is everywhere. Thank God we have our DPS, the National Guard who's there. We have a lot of volunteers. This is where Texans come together to show how resilient we are.
Now, you guys are headed to a special session of the legislature on July 21st. How does this get on the agenda? How does it become a priority for the state of Texas when we talk about this devastating flooding that we still haven't seen the final numbers when it comes to the number of people, the number of souls that have been lost?
Right. Well, Isaiah, as you know, we were going into special session anyway. This right here just intensified everything. This will be our top priority as we go into the special session starting on July 21st. I'm thinking all 150 members are going to be committed in the House, and all 31 state senators are going to be committed in the Senate on holding public hearings and finding best practices, so we can't keep putting Band-Aids, having these natural disasters, and leaving people vulnerable to floods or other natural disasters. My hope and prayer is that we'll put all kind of politics aside and go where the facts and science leads us. There should be accountability. People want answers to what went wrong. And people also want confidence, knowing that if we have these events in the future, which likely we will, that we're prepared for it, that we'll be resilient, and that we'll have the proper monitoring, that we'll have the proper systems in place, sirens and everything else, so that people are alerted that they can evacuate timely. Those are the things that we're going to be looking for when we start the special session. So I'm prayerful that we will do everything we can, commit the resources, because one of the things that the Governor Abbott didn't say is that this could have been addressed in the past. He didn't say that, but we now know that there were requests from Kerr County commissioners on 3 separate occasions since 2016 for $1 million from the state to get prepared to have the kind of sirens that were needed. Mm-hmm. We now know that they didn't get those requests. Those requests were denied on 3 separate occasions. What happened with those requests
if they requested it 3 times over 8 years?
They requested it once after they did a study. They did an engineering. They put up $50,000 to have engineers to do a report to see an assessment of what's needed to keep their citizens safe. That assessment said one of the things that we need is sirens, the kind of sirens that could alarm people, the residents, in the event of needed evacuations. They did the first request after that. Then they did another request after Hurricane Harvey. And then they did a third request. Each and every request was denied by the state. That to me, someone has to be accountable. There needs to be a transparency. People need to know, because the system failed that community. They didn't have the resources. They made a request through grants from the state that could have easily, $1 million from our state budget is nothing, Isaiah. So we need to know, why was that request denied when we know for a fact that this was one of the most high floodplain areas in the state and in the country? Why were they denied this request? I don't know, but those are the kind of answers we'll be seeking when we start those hearings starting July 21st.
Now, one of the things that we heard at this press conference, tough questions from journalists, reporters out on the scene. And as I said before, the governor says those who ask the question, who's to blame, is a loser. Is it now time to ask those questions, or should we allow the families time to find their loved ones, heal, or you can do both?
Isaiah, I was going to say you could do both. It's not either or, it's both and. The families deserve answers. The people and the public have a right to know. I'm happy that we have a free press to ask those hard questions from Governor Abbott and people who are public officials like Speaker Burrows. We have a duty to give transparency and real answers. Governor Abbott, I disagree. I respectfully disagree. We can do our search and rescue mission, but we also can give people the real information and real answers. That's what the public has a right to know. Those children, those families that lost loved ones, they have a right to know the answers to those tough questions. And Governor Abbott can't just punt and say that's for losers. I respectfully disagree with Governor Abbott. And I think most Texans agree that there should be transparency. And on top of that, there should be accountability. Here's the hardcore facts, and I'm not making this a partisan issue, but the Republicans have been in charge for the last 30 years. They owe the state answers. They were in charge. They can't put it on anybody else. They can't blame other people. They were in charge. And I'm not saying that as gloating. I'm saying that as reality. The reality is these are tough questions. When people die, that's like a plane crash. They want to know what happened, what went wrong.
Mm-hmm. Where's that black box?
After Uvalde, people want to know what went wrong. After Harvey, they want to know. People in this situation, they want to know answers. And Governor Abbott, you need to go as the top elected official in the state. You have a responsibility to make sure that there is transparency, accountability. That's how we make sure, Isaiah, this doesn't happen again.
All right. State Representative Ron Reynolds from Houston, thank you for joining us on Houston Live Local and our continuing coverage of the floods here in Texas. And now we go to anchor Caroline Collins, who is in Kerr County with the latest there. Caroline.
Yeah, just absolute devastation here in Kerr County. Isaiah, last time that I talked to you last hour, we were talking to a gentleman who said that he lost his entire home because he lived in an RV here at this RV park in Kurville. We're now standing where that RV park used to be. You have to take a look at some of this damage. We're going to walk. This is right along the Guadalupe River, and it is debris, everything you can think of, from cars and tractors, trees. We're finding little belongings, balls, and just everything that you can think of came out of people's homes who lived right here on this river. It is really tough to think about, just thinking how this river rose about 30 feet in an hour, and in some areas almost 30 feet in about 20 minutes. So the people who were asleep in this RV park, this whole area was lined with RVs where people lived and stayed. To think how quickly the river would have risen and the water flowing so quickly, a lot of people just didn't stand a chance in here. And the guy that I was talking to said that luckily someone banged on his door here and he was able to get out, but it was such a close call. And he said that he could hear the screams and the cries from people of all ages who were just trying to stay above water. By the time he got out of his RV here, he said that the water was already up to his neck. So now what you're looking at is what's left, the rubble. You're looking at crews who are cleaning up, search and rescue crews. We have seen canines and dogs out here. We've seen EquiSearch, so the horses are coming through, and they are pulling out everything that they can and combing through this debris to try to hopefully find the remainder of people missing. There's over 100 people still unaccounted for. This flood already, the death toll is up to above 100. It's once you're here, Isaiah, and you can see it for yourself in person, you realize just how deadly that river was when this flood happened on the 4th of July in the very, very early morning hours. So it's pretty tough to look at, and it's pretty tough to walk around here and just see people's belongings, and then see, just like this, RVs just twisted up, and who knows where these ones came from. They could have floated or been pushed down the river. So it's sad to see. It really is sad to see. And we do know, Isaiah, that President Trump is expected out here in Kurville on Friday. Everyone is awaiting that. There's definitely talk about that amongst the community. And there's, hundreds of volunteers searching the river, but it's dangerous to be out there doing what these rescuers are doing.
Absolutely. Caroline, do we know many of the people who live in that area, and like, we're not sure where that RV came from, but many of the people who live in that area, are they in temporary shelters with family members, or you just don't know at this point because people just kind of take off and there's no record of where they're going? But have you seen any of them out there? I remember Tommy and hearing his story, and it was just heartbreaking. He tried to keep a smile on his face, but it took a toll on him during your interview.
Mm-hmm. Tommy has told me that he doesn't know what to do next. He has some family in the area, so he's staying with them at this time. But his car was also taken in the floodwaters. He talked about how he tried to jump in his truck and save his truck. And we do have a soundbite from Tommy. Let's play it. So you're from here in Kurville. Can you tell me the backstory about your former high school soccer coach and his family?
Coach Zunker, he is from New Braunfels. Him and his wife and their 2 kids were vacationing at their property out by the river on the night it happened, and they got washed away. The 2 kids are still missing, and they have found my coach and his wife.
When you heard the news that somebody that you're very close with was impacted in this way in these floods, what ran through your mind, and what did you decide you needed to do?
It's a lot to process at once. The main thing I really hoped for was that it would just unite the community. There's a lot of people trying to turn it political, make it things that it is or isn't, but I think at the end of the day, everyone in the town has been impacted by this flood.
Now, you said your coach, where was he from, or what did you know about where he grew up, or was he from the Houston area?
No, ma'am. He was from New Braunfels, Texas, and he grew up here coaching all of us, and yeah, he stayed here. I went off to college, and very important. I'm at a loss for words sometimes.
What made him such a special coach, and the fact that you wanted to come out here and continue searching, just volunteering your own time to try to bring some closure to his family?
He was like a father figure to a lot of us. Aside from coaching, we would see him outside of school. We would go work on houses with him because he renovated houses. We would go eat with him. He would catch up with us. He would give us advice if we were injured or in school. He was really involved in our lives and in everyone's lives who cared about him, who he cared about, and he made a tremendous impact on a lot of people.
Well, being from Kurville, did you ever think that you'd see a flood of this magnitude?
No, absolutely not. It's hard to grasp. Looking around, it looks like a movie scene almost, but I don't think anyone could have expected something like this to happen.
Is you and your teammates, are they out there searching, or?
Yes, ma'am. A whole bunch of us have rallied, people who he coached in football a long time ago, people who are coached by him right now in soccer were, and a whole bunch of us rallied together, and we're just searching.
And he was your soccer coach, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just want the community to realize at the end of the day what matters is there was a lot of loss, and we need to look forward. There's a lot of things that you can try and turn this into, but we need to come together because that's what's most important right now.
Okay, so that was actually sound from one of the Kurville High students who was looking for his soccer coach's family. That whole family is likely dead because of the floods. The coach, his wife, and his 2 young kids are still missing at this time. So it was really nice of Zach to spend some time and chat with us just about what it's been like being out here and helping with the search and rescue. It's so hot out here, Isaiah, and so humid, and it's so sunny today. It's not easy conditions for these first responders to be working in. So it's definitely dangerous being amongst all the debris and what's in here, but then also the heat is just an added layer that makes this all the more challenging.
All right, Caroline Collins in Kerr County, great job out there. And of course, we'll check in with you later today and tonight. Thank you for joining us. And we will be back with more Houston Live and Local in just a moment and our continuing coverage of the flooding in Texas Hill Country. Stay with us. And welcome back to Houston Live and Local, and we're taking a look at many of the places impacted by this flooding in the Texas Hill Country. Another community we haven't seen, unincorporated area, Center Point, Texas, which is about 14 miles southeast of Kurville, and we have Peyton May, who stopped by there with the latest and talked to some of the people in that community.
Here in Center Point, a little downstream of the Guadalupe River, you could just see how much devastation there is in this area. You can see how fast those waters were rushing on Friday. I mean, this is a slab of concrete. It's heavy. Now imagine this entire wall being filled with concrete slabs, and that was all washed out and toppled over during the flash flooding. There's crews in this area that are actually putting up power poles that have been knocked down, power lines. They're really been working around the clock, kind of restoring power in this area. Now behind me here, there's also search crews, and there's departments from all over the state. I mean, we're seeing military members, fire departments, law enforcement, police from San Antonio, from Houston. They've told us that they are ready to stay as long as possible to continue with searches. There's also construction companies that we've talked to. They have teams of people here. They were let off work for as long as needed to bring out chainsaws, to bring out hats, gloves, boots, equipment to help with the response efforts here. I mean, there is just so much damage. You could see uprooted trees all throughout the riverbank of the Guadalupe, and these are massive trees. Everyone is really coming together, doing as much as they can, as there are still missing people, unfortunately, a lot of kids. But I have to say, these first responders here have really been working together around the clock. There's volunteers that have been coming out as well that have registered with them to help out and do everything that they can. Reporting in Center Point, I'm Peyton May.
And welcome back, and it's time to check or take a look at the weather. Ramisha Shade is here, Fox 26 meteorologist. Ramisha, we just saw a press conference with Governor Abbott, and he and many of the first responders out there were saying it was very hot. I just checked the temperature, like 87 degrees, feels like 90.
Yes.
But it's not raining, thank goodness, for those who are trying to recover, find family members still looking around. Houston, different story in our area, but right now, like you said, in Kurville, in Kerr County, not a lot of rain today.
You get rid of the bad, which is all of that heavy rain that caused a tremendous flooding, and now you have to deal with the heat. So you get rid of one problem and you go to another problem. But I think at this point, they'll probably take the heat over more rounds of heavy rain that could have led to more flash flooding. But still, regardless of what's going on, you got to be careful. You know, the heat is dangerous as well. So hopefully they are taking it easy, taking breaks, finding the shade, hydrating. We don't have to worry about a lot of that heat right now, Isaiah. We got temps in the 70s for a lot of spots because we've had so many clouds in the area today, so much rain. And you can see that rain popping up on our Fox Red radar. It looks like another batch of very heavy rain starting to roll into Sugar Land, Needville. So don't be surprised across Fort Bend County to see another flood advisory that could be issued over the next 30 minutes to an hour. We had a flood advisory for North Central Harris County that has come to an end, but you can see why. Around 2 inches of rain up around Bush Airport, Dyersdale, near Humble, the Calgary Woods area, Aldine, picking up some quick, big rain totals with that burst of rain, with that storm that rolled through. But right now you can see the heaviest rain stretching from Sugar Land to Bel Air, and that will start to creep closer to Houston. So get ready for more heavy rain rolling through the Galleria area, West University Place, and also up towards Pattinson and Hempstead. So the rain will continue in waves. We've got more of it up towards Huntsville and Trinity, and this is where we actually still have a flood advisory going on for parts of Walker County. That does include the city of Huntsville. This is actually where we have some of our biggest, most impressive rain totals from this afternoon's event, up around Huntsville, Riverside, anywhere from 3 to 3.5 inches of rain falling just in the last 1 to 2 hours. So, you know, that can definitely lead to some flooded streets out there. Time right now is 4:36. So this flood advisory will come to an end pretty soon at 4:45, but still be careful. A few flooded streets definitely a possibility. Now look at this big burst of rain. This is close to the coast, Bay City, Sweeney, Needville, stretching all the way up to Sugar Land. If you have to travel in that, it is going to be a mess. It's going to be difficult to see around you, so make sure to slow things down. My advice, I would just wait it out. If you don't have to hop on the roads in that area, you just may want to wait, because that is going to be a rough commute with all of that heavy rain coming down. So weather here, not that great. We're dealing with some downpours. No flash flood warnings though, so that is good news. I do want to give you the good news about the Kurville area. Really, in fact, all of Kerr County dry right now. As we were saying earlier, that sun coming out, so it is really hot as the crews try to continue the recovery process, but at least we're not talking about more flooding in that area. It's been day after day after day that they've been dealing with that flooding, so it's nice to get a break. Statewide, it is really hot and steamy where you don't have the rain. Low to mid 90s over towards Abilene and Midland, San Antonio near 90. We've got Kurville near 90, but Houston sitting at 78 degrees. So that rain is not all bad. At least we got some,
Finally,
some
we catch
temps
a break.
that feel good. Yeah. So once the rain passes, that's going to be great. Walking, jogging weather. If you got to mow the lawn, well, I guess it's going to be wet, so that wouldn't be great. But if you want to get out there and enjoy some pleasant temps, we do have that in Houston right now. But we also have those downpours in our futurecast showing most of that starting to fade by 9-10 o'clock. But between now and then, we're going to have a few more waves. So just be careful out there for your evening plans and for that evening drive. Tomorrow, models showing a few more storms bubbling up near the coast and likely more widespread rain building farther inland during the afternoon. It's basically going to be a repeat of today, so just keep the rain gear with you. Forecast rain between today all the way through Saturday, showing another 1 to 3 inches possible. Not what you want to see. You want some sunshine?
I want to ride my bike.
Yeah, I know you like doing that. So, I mean, it's not going to be an all day, all night event. But, between I'd say 2 p.m., 7 p.m., that's going to be our best shot. It may not be the best biking weather. So you'll have some storms to dodge.
Thank you.
You don't want to get struck by lightning. So hold off. Hold off.
All righty. We appreciate you. Thank you. And we'll be back after this. Stay with us. And welcome back to Houston Live and Local and our continuing coverage on these deadly floods that we've seen right here in our community. Now we're going to go back to Kerr County, the epicenter of all of this, where Sarah Allegra is live there. Sarah, what's the latest there?
Hi, Isaiah. Yeah, we have crews here along the Guadalupe River, combing through nearly 60 miles of it using helicopters, K-9 teams, people on horseback as well, and sifting through this debris using heavy machinery to find those individuals who are still missing. And we have a lot of it here in Kurville. Again, right along the Guadalupe River, we see downed trees, remains of campgrounds, homes even thrown into these trees here. We've been talking to local organization. They say their hope, their mission right now is to just bring these families closure.
We're working with Texas Parks and Wildlife at Camp Mystic, looking for people, looking for signs, trying to document the area and get footage for Red Cross and all these other groups that need to know what's happened so they know where to set up. So we've got people from all over the United States that are here doing stuff. I mean, you just can't let up. You can't stop until it's done.
Yeah, and most of those deaths happened here in Kerr County, where the Guadalupe River surged 26 feet in under an hour. This was early Friday, violently wiping out those homes, roads, and Camp Mystic. The camp confirms 5 campers and 1 counselor are still missing. Tonight, hundreds of volunteers and over 400 agencies here on the ground, including teams from Mexico. We've had many groups even on horseback. Now, we talked to one volunteer who tells us what she's seen over the past few days.
Very heartbreaking of many pieces of young children's clothing, water rafts of small children, shoes, doors.
It's getting a little harder every time we see somewhere. Just a different piece of clothing in the water and trees or kayaks, just random stuff from, it come from somebody's family. It's just kind of heartbreaking to see stuff like that.
Yeah, and Texas officials say they're looking into the state's flood warning system. Earlier, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says the state will install sirens here along the Guadalupe River by next summer. He says if those sirens were there, they potentially could have saved lives. Isaiah, back to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks a lot. And of course, we will be back with more Houston Live and Local in just a moment. Stay with us. And welcome back to Houston Live and Local and our continuing coverage of the deadly floods here in the state of Texas, where we now know 109 people have died. Governor Greg Abbott says there's still 161 people unaccounted for, those who were not registered at a campsite or a hotel but may have known to be in a particular area where the flooding took place. So those numbers are breaking news and just upsetting to many people out there. Now the cleanup process is already underway, and we get the latest from Fox in Dallas's Brandon Todd, who has the latest on the cleanup. Let's take a look.
As soon as the weather turned nice, the cleanup effort has begun. This is a product of some of that cleanup. Large piles of debris and trash here, mattresses, appliances, even pieces of the wall that were waterlogged when this community was flooded that sits along the Guadalupe River. The force of that raging river last Friday pushed water up into and through several homes that for years have called the riverbanks home. With that water surge came trash, metal, and other debris, piles of tree trunks, limbs, and branches. Cleanup began as soon as the sun came out. I talked with one man whose friends live along the river. They and other residents needed some help clearing the tons of debris off their property. He saw the reports of the lost and missing people and brought in his equipment for free.
Been watching it rain and watching the news all weekend, and it's kind of tugs at you a little bit, and you know that's what we do. If you can help your neighbors out, that's in Texas, that's what you do. I have two girls. One earlier this year was at summer camp not far from here, so yeah, it's not hard to relate to.
The city knows this will grow into a big problem the longer this sits. Kurville City Manager Dalton Rice tells us they're already identifying locations where people can drop off their debris. Then they'll start distributing those maps to citizens. You can see back here a lot of these things that are being put out to trash, furniture, appliances, things that were ruined. And one gentleman yesterday was taking pictures of it all for insurance purposes. Kurville City Manager telling us how long this might take to clean it up. He said it may be several months. In Kurville, I'm Brandon Todd.
And that is a long time for cleanup. Now we're going to go to Texas U.S. Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, who both talked about the Texas flooding on the House of the U.S. Senate floor. Let's take a look.
Now, I cannot imagine what many of these families are going through now as they mourn the loss of 27 of these young campers as well as their adult counselors. While we try to wrap our heads around this heart-wrenching disaster, we can find some solace, some encouragement in the bravery exhibited by the heroes, some of whom died to help saving these young girls. Among these is Dick Eastland, who was the director of Camp Mystic with his wife for many decades. Dick died while trying to save the lives of his young campers. Dick's grandson, George Eastland, described his grandfather as a hero, saying in a post on social media, "Although I'm devastated, I can't say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that you sacrificed your life with the hopes of someone else's being saved." Another young man, Julian Ryan, lost his life while helping his own family, including a 13-month-old and a 6-year-old escape from their trailer home as it was being washed away. While he put his 2 small children on top of a mattress to safely float, he attempted to break a window, cutting an artery in his arm that bled profusely. He was unconscious before help could arrive, but he died shortly thereafter, making sure that his family would live. His sister said, "He didn't die in vain. He died a hero."
And the federal government responded in the hours
After the flooding began, there were over a dozen helicopters in the air. Coast Guardsmen, National Guardsmen, Texas Department of Public Safety. They performed over 850 rescues. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet Coast Guardsman Scott Ruskin. Scott Ruskin saved 165 girls. He helicoptered in to Camp Mystic, landed on an open field in a very dangerous landing terrain, where many of the girls had gone because it was the highest ground on the camp. Scott spent 3.5 hours in the dark of night with torrential rain pouring down upon him, with little girls surrounding him, many of them in their pajamas, many with one shoe, had been pulled out of bed. Little girls crying, weeping, scared, terrified out of their minds. Some girls singing hymns together. Scott stayed on the ground with them and helped 165 girls into helicopters.
And of course, if you want to help out with the Texas flood relief effort, here's your opportunity. Scan that QR code that's on your screen there. It will help with the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. All you have to do is scan it there or go to that website as well. This is your opportunity to help out. Many people have different campaigns going on to provide assistance. One of the things Kerr County officials said, along with Williamson County, we are working with the Salvation Army, so go to this particular QR code. And of course, we want to thank you for joining us for this Houston Live and Local. It is raining outside here in Houston. I can hear the thunder, and of course, we'll have more with meteorologist Ramisha Shade coming up at 5 o'clock on Fox 26 News. Thank you for joining us. Have a great one.
Fox 26 News at 5 starts now.
Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are 161 people who are known to be missing.
Governor Greg Abbott sharing some disturbing numbers about flooding in central Texas after taking an aerial tour of the damage. Fox 26 News at 5 starts right now. To the left of your screen, you will see some of the governor's aerial tour of devastation in Kerr County. We do have live team coverage for you of the search and recovery efforts in the Kurville area coming up. But first, it has been such a wet day across the Houston area. TransStar capturing those heavy downpours in several places. We even here in the studio are hearing some of that rain and thunder. So let's go ahead and go to meteorologist Ramisha Shade with an update on our weather. Ramisha.
Rashi, that rain across the Houston area is starting to pile up, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches from Houston to Sugar Land and down closer to the coast around Angleton and Lake Jackson. So we just had an aerial flood advisory to pop up over the last few seconds, and it does include the Houston area. It includes Sugar Land. This is a very large flood advisory that does include League City, Angleton, and Lake Jackson, basically where we have this band of super heavy rain setting up right around the evening rush. So an aerial flood advisory does not mean a flash flood warning. That would be widespread life-threatening flash flooding, but it does mean that some of those streets, especially feeder roads, secondary roads, could start to flood, and it could lead to some issues. So of course, if you encounter any flooded roads out there, always safe, and the best thing to do, find another direction, find an alternate way to go. You don't want to drive across a flooded street or a street that has been barricaded due to flooding. We've got very heavy rain around the Houston Heights area, Bel Air, West University Place, down to First Colony. So Sugar Land, you are really getting in on some of that super heavy rain, and that stretches down towards Brazoria and Lake Jackson as well. This is likely going to continue for at least another hour or so, and you can see all of these spots that I just named under that flood advisory. Here's what I'm talking about, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain already, and if this rain continues at this rate, this could add up to another inch or two on top of what we've already had this afternoon. So if you are in any of these spots, especially between West Columbia, Sugar Land, and Southwest Houston, please be careful out there on the road, slow things down, and just try to get to your destination safely. I'll have much more on our our rain chances for the rest of the week and a look at the weather happening across the hill country later in the show.
All right, the rain is coming down in many places, like Ramisha was saying. We have photographer Tori Walker, who is in the Fort Bend County area, giving us a live look. And we will be talking with Ramisha Shade again in just a few minutes, but it does look like it is raining pretty bad out there. So if you are traveling right now, you want to be careful. Allow enough room between you and the car in front of you. Now, the other story that we're following for you very closely, the death toll from last week's deadly floods continues to climb. And Governor Greg Abbott announced this afternoon that there are many more missing people than first thought. My co-anchor Caroline Collins is live tonight in Kerr County. Caroline, I know we just heard the number, 160 some odd people still missing. It's just so heartbreaking.
Yeah, Rashi, it is heartbreaking news, and I can tell you that the search and rescue operations are still underway here in Kerr County. We're standing in what used to be an RV park. Now there's nothing left of it. It is just simply piles of debris. It's also hot, humid, and sunny here. Quite a difference from back in Houston as the first responders and the rescuers and volunteers work to try to find any clues of either human life or people who have passed away beneath the rubble. So 94 fatalities are confirmed in Kerr County. We heard it straight from the governor today. There are another 15 deaths around the state, bringing the total to 109 people dead because of these catastrophic floods that happened on the 4th of July. Now, Governor Greg Abbott revealing those numbers after taking an aerial tour of all the damage. Crews are now searching from the air and the ground along a 60-mile stretch of the Guadalupe River in hopes of finding those still unaccounted for. Now, the governor also explains how officials determined how many people are still missing.
One thing we've been reaching out to the public about is to get better information about those who were not registered at a camp, those who were not registered at a hotel, those who may have been down here who no one really had any accounting of. And through law enforcement agencies working together, they provided me this number. Just in the Kerr County area alone, there are 161 people who are known to be missing.
Well, the governor says that this search will not stop until every single person is accounted for. And it's been just so sad and emotional talking to the locals here. I talked to one guy who lost his whole home right where I'm standing. He has nothing left. He says even his car was swept away, so he has to rebuild from ground zero, but he is lucky that he's safe tonight. He said that when he got out of his RV, the water was up to his neck, and he could hear the screams of people in this area trying to prevent themselves from floating away. Just so scary and so hard to even think about. And through all this tragedy, we are also hearing some amazing stories of survival. My colleague Jillian Hartman is in Ingram to tell us about some of the stories that she's been hearing over there. Jillian.
Hey Caroline, well I can tell you there is some devastating flood damage here in Ingram. Seeing this up close in person is just unbelievable. We've seen trees just like this one ripped out of the ground and then places families called home just destroyed. Now I spoke with a dad who was in his RV with his 3 boys when he had minutes to escape. This local father walked us through the terrifying moments when his family was rushed to safety on July 4th morning. He lives in this RV with his 3 young sons along the Guadalupe River. He says he woke up to the Ingram Fire Department telling him to get out.
It wasn't believable, you know? You just think, like I could hear it and them yelling and then, you know, the sirens going off and you don't think it's like happening, you know? I honestly second guessed it until I opened the door and I saw, you know, the lights and everybody outside, and I was just like, oh man, it's really happening. And then once I loaded my boys in the car, because I had went to go take a peep at first, and I saw that the water, it was rising, you know, it was coming from both, looked like it was coming from both sides.
He shared this video of the flooding, and you can see how high the water got. He says he lost almost everything he owns.
What's your reaction seeing this destruction?
It's saddening because prior to this, it's like almost 10 months of me and my kids getting to where we're at here, you know, and honestly, we made this for the past 8 months, have made this our home.
He said the night before he was celebrating Independence Day early with his boys, not knowing what was going to happen just hours later. He says they are lucky to be alive.
It's just scary. It's a scary experience, seeing everything that's kind of transpired, people losing their kids and everything. It's kind of heart-wrenching just because, I have my 3 boys of my own, so just, I'm grateful I got them out of that situation. It's kind of upsetting seeing others couldn't.
Now, the father tells me he's going to stay with relatives until they find a new place to live. Reporting live, I'm Jillian Hartman, Fox 26 News.
Jillian, just heartbreaking hearing those stories, and there is so many of these stories coming out of this community. Right now we are seeing examples of resiliency as the community works together to try to rebuild. So many volunteers, first responders from all over Texas pouring in to help manage the devastating loss that they've experienced in Kerr County. Reporting live in Kerr County, I'm Caroline Collins, Fox 26 News. Rashi, back to you.
All right, Caroline, thank you for that live report there. Now, sadly, a number of Houstonians in the area have lost their lives in the Central Texas flooding. Molly Schaefer of Houston was at the River Inn at Hunt for the holiday. Her husband says they were at a 46th annual reunion with best friends from law school. As they tried to evacuate, their car was swept away. He did manage to get out while she was swept away. Longtime Humble ISD teacher Jeff Wilson died in the July 4th flooding. Wilson's family says his wife Amber and his son Shiloh are among those still considered missing. John and Julia Burgess of Liberty County died in the flooding. The search continues for their 2 young sons. Family members on social media reported Rob Kamen of Atascocita was located, killed in the flooding, but his wife, Melissa, is still among the missing. Houston-born Jane Ragsdale died. She led Heart of the Hills camp. From Camp Mystic, 8-year-old camper Anna Margaret Bellows of Houston died, as did 9-year-old Molly DeWitt of Wilchester Elementary. And Chloe Childress was an upperclassman at Kincaid working as a camp counselor. Reese Manchaca, a recent Caney Creek High School graduate, also died in the flooding. Still considered missing are Mystic camper Kellyanne Little, 10-year-old Greta Teranzo from Sinclair Elementary, and Margaret Sheedy, a 3rd grader at Kincaid School in Piney Point Village. Several students from Kelly Catholic High School in Beaumont are missing. They are Ella Cahill, Aiden Hartfield, and Joyce Batten. Both Brad and Tina Perry of League City clung to trees as the waters moved through. Tina was located alive. Rescuers are still searching for her husband, Brad. And without naming any names, the Spring Branch District put out this statement Sunday afternoon saying it is with immeasurable sadness that we share the tragic Texas Hill Country floods in recent days have deeply impacted several of our Spring Branch ISD families as their children have been confirmed to have passed away or remain missing. Our coverage of the devastating Central Texas flooding continues. We will go live for you to Fort Bend County, where a relief drive has been happening all day. We are still receiving more images of last week's flooding from Central Texas. This is from Friday. Firefighters and volunteers rescued a trapped driver in the town of Wall. That's about 200 miles northwest of Austin. Crews did not have a swiftwater rescue team, but they used ropes, life rings, and personal flotation devices to rescue that driver. Well, many of our neighbors far removed from the flood devastation, they're trying to find ways to help Central Texans who need to rebuild. While communities in the flood zone, they're still addressing the damage, Texans across the state, they're busy working to collect relief supplies. Fox 26's Tom Ziska is live for us in Needville, where volunteers have spent the day getting ready to send help. Tom.
Rashid, they started bright and early, 9 o'clock this morning, collecting those supplies. That trailer is full. This is overflow as well, the usual collection of relief supplies that you might expect. If you have never been to Needville, it is 40 miles from downtown Houston and truly a world away from the city. This farming community is quintessential small-town Texas, much like the affected communities. And after seeing the images, hearing the stories of death and destruction, organizers here quickly put a plan together to help.
There you go. Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
It's gone. So it needs to be rebuilt. And let's don't forget the loss of life was tremendous and very heartbreaking. And we feel for those folks. We said we need to do something in the Needville area and provide those needs for those folks so they're able to rebuild their lives or begin the process of rebuilding their lives.
It was truly tragic. And so to me, it's just like I want to help my community. I want to help the people that are like grieving with as much as we possibly can in any way we can.
Good Lord, give us everything we have. So about time we give to them. Just to help them out. They need help.
You get kicked, you go down, but you know what? You fight your way back up and do as much as you can to help others on your way up. And we're hoping that's what these communities are able to do.
What sense did you have from some of these places that they are needful and grateful for the attention?
Well, first, I'd like to say the folks we reached out to already, the very first thing they said, they're very, very thankful. They're very appreciative of all the help.
Along the lines of that conversation, organizers here reached out to some of the affected communities to assess their needs. To that end, all of this stuff will go on a truck tomorrow. It will head to Marble Falls tomorrow and very likely be in the hands of people who need this stuff desperately by the end of the week. We're live in Needville. Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
If you want to help flood victims, you can send money directly to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. All you have to do is scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen or go to the link to donate. The Better Business Bureau does recommend donating to established nonprofits experienced in disaster recovery. That is good advice there because, Ramisha, I do know that so many people are out there trying to scam folks out of their money when they're just trying to give.
Yeah, that is a horrible thing, and there's already so much going on, so many emotions involved, just a horrible situation. So hopefully folks will get through it. But for now, a little bit of good news for Kerr County. At least the rain is holding off. It's drying out, sun coming out, so it's hot for the recovery crews. But we're getting a lot of that rain right now, so I want to actually show you what's happening across H-Town, and you can see the heavy downpours coming across the city. So far, no flash flood warning, so that is good news, but we do have a flood advisory, so that means a few streets could start to experience some minor flooding, so watch out for that. It's never a good idea to drive across a flooded roadway, so please try to find a different way to go if you have to get out in this. My advice, try to wait it out, wait till this heavy rain passes. At least we have one good thing. Temps are now much cooler in the 70s thanks to all of the rain, but the rain, of course, is going to mean a messy evening rush. You can see that flood advisory pop up there until 7 p.m. It's a pretty widespread flood advisory covering Houston, parts of Harris County, down towards Fort Fort Bend County, Brazoria County, and even into parts of Galveston County. So that does include Houston, Sugar Land, League City, all the way down to Angleton and Lake Jackson, where we still have the heavy rain coming down. Notice up towards the Heights area in Houston, Bunker Hill Village getting some downpours, and Sugar Land still more heavy rain rolling right on top of you. This extends all the way down to the coast, down towards Manville and Alvin, getting some burst of rain for you as well. So please be careful out in this. I think as we get closer to sunset, this will start to kind of wind down. But for now, it is going to be a slow, messy drive out there. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain so far from a few rounds of these storms that have been popping up, stretching from Houston to Sugar Land all the way down to around Needville. So that's why we have the flood advisory. Here's the good news as we hop over to the Texas Hill Country for Kerr County, at least rain holding off. We do have some flood advisories near San Antonio and near the Austin area, but for Kerrville and the remainder of Kerr County, at least things are drying out for the moment, and I think the weather should be fairly quiet for the rest of the week. For us, we got a few downpours we're going to have to deal with between now and about sunset, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. Rain becoming a little less widespread and not as heavy. And notice by 10 p.m., we're looking a lot better on our Futurecast model as those storms kind of stop messing with us. We'll repeat this though for tomorrow. Few downpours potentially in the morning tomorrow near the coast, and then that will spread farther inland for the afternoon. So what are we talking about the next few days? Well, still a pretty good chance for more heavy rain. Wednesday afternoon, 60%, Thursday, 40%, and Friday, 20%. So that is your day to get outside and enjoy maybe some pool time, beach time, go to the park, cut the grass, because the rain chances will start to increase again for the weekend.
All right, Ramisha, thank you. Well, we are tracking some heavy rain this afternoon. Here is a live look in the Westland area. This is near Bissonnette in southwest Houston. You can see there's definitely some ponding going on and also some flooding. So folks are driving really slow. That area usually does tend to get flooded during times where it rains pretty hard. So we are looking again live southwest Houston, Westland near Bissonnette, not far from the Fox 26 studios. Anyone familiar with this part of town knows just how prone it is to flooding. So we're just giving you a live look there, and we'll be checking back in with meteorologist Ramisha Shade a little bit later. Still ahead, police say a teenager is facing capital murder charges. This is for allegedly shooting his co-workers. We'll have a live report from Brazoria County. And today marks 1 year since Hurricane Beryl struck our area. Chief Meteorologist Mike Iskovitz looking back at how the system impacted the region. The Houston FBI has arrested a Chinese national who is accused of hacking U.S. computers to steal information about COVID research on behalf of the Chinese government. The 33-year-old was taken into custody in Italy. According to a 9-count indictment, the man and his co-conspirators hacked the computer system of U.S.-based universities and leading medical experts conducting research into COVID-19 vaccines. A Houston teenager facing some serious charges over in Brazoria County, accused of opening fire on his co-workers while on a landscaping job. Fox 26's Leslie Delaspore is in Clute where this happened. Leslie.
Yeah, a 15-year-old faces capital murder charges, accused of killing 2 of his co-workers and injuring 1. Here's what we know so far. Monday around 1:18 p.m., Clute police received a call about a shooting here at 200 Dixie Drive. When they arrived, officers found 3 people who had been shot. Clute police say that a 5-person landscaping crew, all from Houston, was on their lunch break when the 15-year-old employee pulled out a handgun and started shooting all 4 of his co-workers after what police are describing was a medical episode. 3 men were hit and 1 escaped. Police add the suspect then ran away and was found nearby on the 700 block of Plantation Drive. 1 victim died at the scene and 2 others were transported to Herman Memorial Hospital. 1 of them died there and the other is expected to survive. The accused shooter was transported to a hospital in Lake Jackson, released and booked into the Brazoria County Juvenile Detention Center. Now, we spoke with one witness who tells us he was at work when all of this unfolded. Take a listen.
We heard 2 loud pops. When the way it sounded like a trailer hitting a curb almost. And so we just came out here just to look. And as we were opening the door outside, to go outside, we heard another one. I was like, oh, that sounded like a gunshot. It definitely shakes you up. You never want to see anything like that. It's the first time I've ever been that close to something like that. It makes you think. It makes you think.
Now, the Brazoria County DA's office says that this investigation is still active and ongoing. Rashi.
You did say that the men were working for a landscaping company, so do we know anything about the company or have we heard anything from them?
Yeah, I actually spoke with the company on the phone earlier. The company's name is Green Trees Lawn and Special Services, and I spoke with the owner's son. Now, the owner's son tells me that right now his main focus is contacting the families of the victims that were involved in this shooting here, and he's also just trying to wrap his head around what happened here in Clute. Reporting live in Clute, Texas, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
All right, Leslie, thank you. Well, up next, we return to Kurville, where the number of dead continues to rise and dozens remain missing from massive flooding. And later, a law enforcement officer says he missed important warning signs of a stroke, what he credits for his recovery.
Back out here live in Kerr County, where we are following the devastating 4th of July flooding, and recovery efforts are still underway. You can see behind me here, we are in what was an RV park. Now crews are working to pull multiple cars that we have a view of from this area as those floodwaters rip through. Now, one of the biggest stories that we are following in this area is the tragedy that occurred at an all-girls Christian summer camp, Camp Mystic. We do know that 27 people, kids and counselors, are still missing from that camp this hour. That's where we find our Sarah Allegre, who's been following this story. She's joining us live in Kerr County as well. Sarah, what are you experiencing?
Caroline, it's just so hard to wrap your head around some of those numbers that you just mentioned. So many wonderful people, but families waiting on that information. I know we just heard from state leaders that over 160 people are still missing. Those families at home desperately waiting for the news. Crews have been out here coping through the Guadalupe River. This extends rather for 60 miles. We have helicopter teams, canines, drones as well. And now I want to show you and pan a little bit to my left to look at the construction or cleanup crews rather clearing through all of this debris, and there is a ton of it. So you're dealing with the cleanup side, but most importantly, most paramount at this time, those search and rescue crews who have been dealing with this heat. The temperatures have really risen today, ramped up over the past 24 hours, working to bring those families much needed closure.
We're working with Texas Parks and Wildlife at Camp Mystic, looking for people, looking for signs, trying to document the area and get footage for Red Cross and all these other groups that need to know what's happened so they know where to set up. So we've got people from all over the United States that are here doing stuff. I mean, you just can't let up. You can't stop until it's done.
Yeah, and that's the message, that's the mission right now. Most of the deaths, they happened here in Kerr County, where Caroline and I are at. This is where the Guadalupe River surged 26 feet in under an hour early Friday, violently wiping out those homes, roads, and that beloved camp, Camp Mystic. The camp did confirm 5 campers and 1 counselor are still missing. And tonight, hundreds of volunteers, over 400 agencies, many of which are on horseback even, including teams from Mexico. Now, we talked to a couple of volunteers who tell us what they've seen, what they've experienced over the past few days searching for missing people.
Very heartbreaking of many pieces of young children's clothing, water rafts of small children, shoes, doors.
It's getting a little harder every time we see somewhere. Just a different piece of clothing in the water and trees or kayaks, just random stuff from, it come from somebody's family. It's just kind of heartbreaking to see stuff like that.
The state working on their response right now. I know Texas wants to update the flood warning system, and earlier Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said sirens will be installed here along the Guadalupe River by next summer. He says if those sirens were there, it could have potentially saved lives. Back to you.
Yes, Sarah, that is tough to hear, and our local and state officials have been doing a great job keeping us updated as this tragedy plays out over the last several days. And we do know that President Donald Trump is expected to be here Friday to survey the damage. Back to you in the studio, Rashi.
All right, Caroline. Well, the flooding tragedy in Central Texas has started a conversation about weather alerts. Meteorologist Allison Gargaro explains how you can make sure you receive all of the Harris County weather alerts sent straight to your phone.
In the wake of the devastating flooding that we saw across Central Texas, I wanted to let folks know how they can get alerted to heavy rain and flooding right here in Harris County. And there are a few options. One of them is by heading over to your phone. So what you're going to do is you're going to open your phone and head to the free Fox 26 weather app. This is actually GPS, meaning that you can have it follow wherever you are and you'll get alerted to depending on
where you are across the entire country. If not, you can just put in your home location or your work. I put in the Fox 26 studios. What you're going to do is click on these 3 little lines in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, click on settings, and you want to make sure that you have the Fox 26 weather alerts on. What that's going to do is give you every single type of weather alert you could have. Severe weather to flooding, winter, heat, and even tropical. So there are about 27 different types, which is amazing. So you're going to be covered no matter what the weather event is. But I want to take you over to the computer. So what you're going to do is Google Harris County Flood Warning System. This page is going to pop up. It is amazing. Through Harris County and then surrounding areas, we have river levels, but also rainfall totals. So what you're going to do is click on this little thing at the top. It says alerts sign up. Now, I will say you need to log in and register to subscribe for those alerts, but once you do, you're going to be good to go. You can pick your house, buy your kids' school, buy your office, buy your grandparents' house, whatever it is. So what you'll do is take a look around. This is all a map. So I'm just going to zoom in and find a location here. Okay, Buffalo Bayou at Woodway Drive. Let's say I live close to this. Great. So what I'm going to do is scroll down and you see that there's a water level tab and a rainfall. You click on water level and then I'll type in Buffalo. And then I'm going to scroll down until I find Woodway Drive. Awesome. You click check for text alerts under flooding likely and check for text alerts flooding possible. Go to rainfall and do the same. So this will give you alerts for all of the areas that you chose. It is so important because you know how quickly flooding can happen here in the Houston area, and we want to make sure that you and your family are safe and prepared. Always remember, download the free Fox Local app as well, and we'll continue to bring you the latest weather updates.
Well, you may finally be able to keep your shoes on when going through security at the airport. I know it can be a hassle sometimes. Well, reports say the TSA is ending the procedure. This would reverse a nearly 20-year-old policy. Flyers who use TSA PreCheck have already been able to skip the no shoes requirement. Well, this policy phase out is expected to start at airports, including Baltimore and Cincinnati, before being rolled out nationwide. A formal announcement hasn't been made yet. U.S. trading partners now have until the end of the month to negotiate new trade deals. Two of the U.S.'s biggest trading partners, Japan and South Korea, are being hit with 25% tariff hikes. A dozen other countries also saw their rates go up. The president also announced earlier today that he would go ahead and impose a 50% tariff on all copper imported to the U.S. But it's not clear when that would take effect. Today marks 1 year since Hurricane Beryl struck Texas. Coming up, a look back at the storm's path and what helped steer it in our direction. As we deal with the aftermath of the deadly flooding in other parts of Texas, today marks the 1-year anniversary of Hurricane Beryl. The Category 1 storm made landfall near Matagorda and left millions in our area without power for weeks. Chief Meteorologist Mike Iskovitz explains how the brown ocean effect may have impacted Beryl.
Have you ever heard of the brown ocean effect? Now, no, I'm not talking about the color of the water down on Galveston Island. I'm talking about an effect that may have been responsible for why Hurricane Beryl stayed so strong for such a long time after making landfall. See, the vast majority of the time, after a hurricane's eye passes the coastline, it will begin to weaken. the winds will die down, the pressure in the hurricane usually will rise because hurricanes are areas of low pressure. So the area of low pressure will get weaker, the pressures will rise, the winds will in a couple of hours get a lot weaker. That didn't happen with Beryl. Beryl maintained its Category 1 hurricane status very far inland. In fact, there were hurricane force winds knocking down trees in Harris County and Montgomery County and even areas northward, which is why we had 3 million customers without electricity for such a long time. So why was Beryl so much different than other storms that we've experienced or other storms that we see hitting other parts of the country? Well, let's talk about it. So when a hurricane makes landfall, typically there are a few things that will kind of disrupt it and cause it to start weakening. One is something simple I think you can imagine, which is the wind that was blowing over just the relatively flat ocean or gulf is now interacting with land, trees, hills, buildings, everything else that's creating friction and sort of disrupting the wind flow. And after a few hours, it'll weaken the winds. So that kind of makes sense. But traditionally, what we're looking for is the fact that the eye is losing access to its energy source, the energy source being the warm water. It's a heat engine after all. Hurricanes take the heat on the surface of the water and the evaporating water. It releases heat inside the clouds, what we call latent heat of condensation, and that's kind of what fuels the hurricane. And the vast majority of the time, I'm talking about 99% if not more, once the hurricane moves off of the warm water over land, it loses access to that energy source and will begin its process of weakening. But with Beryl, something interesting happened. Measurements show that Beryl actually got a little bit stronger after it moved over Matagorda County. So it moved up over Matagorda Bay, was over land, and actually got stronger as it moved closer to Houston, at least for a little while. So why is that? What's this brown ocean effect that I mentioned? Well, did you know that if a hurricane is moving over land that is similar to the ocean, similar to the Gulf, warm, humid, maybe swampy, that it can actually minimize or even completely eliminate the effect of being over land. In other words, the hurricane doesn't even realize that it's no longer over water. This can happen in states like Florida, in Louisiana, and even in Texas if the atmospheric conditions are just right. If we don't have any dry air or cool air being pulled into the hurricane, which we did not, as you can see, this picture from Hurricane Beryl, there was no wind shear. This thing was forming into a large circle. There was no dry air being pulled into it. And so from the point of view of the hurricane and the energy mechanism of the hurricane, it was receiving just as much energy as it would have over the Gulf of Mexico, only now it's over land, which is why this thing was such a monster so far inland. The brown ocean effect, though poorly understood, is something that may have played a key role in Beryl's destruction.
Well, thank goodness a year later, we are not getting hit by a hurricane across the Houston area. In fact, there are no tropical systems all across the Atlantic basin. It's quiet for now, likely for the next week, but of course, after that, all bets are off. So please be prepared. Make sure you've got your hurricane emergency gear and your plan ready to go just in case we do get some tropical trouble. So we don't have anything rolling at us from the tropics, from the Gulf, but we do have a lot of heavy rain now stretching from Houston to Sugar Land, League City, Angleton, and Lake Jackson, leading to the flood advisory that is hanging around through 7 p.m. 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen in this area. So if you have to travel there, please be careful in Houston, in the Sugar Land area, down towards League City, because of course it's going to be difficult to see, and some of those streets, especially secondary streets, are flooded. Speaking of flooding, that has been the huge story the last several days. Since Thursday of last week, we had heavy rains to start falling across parts of the Texas Hill Country, and massive, devastating, catastrophic flooding has occurred here. Anywhere from 10 to 14 inches of rain around Kurville, Hunt, Comfort, and Kerr County, of course, leading to that extreme river flooding for the Guadalupe River. all the way up to 2 feet of rain falling right around Marble Falls. This is west of Round Rock, northwest of Austin. So huge amounts of rain leading to this catastrophic flash flooding. And it has just been very sad, just unimaginable to think of what has happened with all of the lives that have been lost and still so many people missing. So what can you do to prepare yourself if this event happens again, or if we do get flash flood warnings? Well, you need to take every flood watch, flood warning seriously. Always try to make sure you have a way to get multiple alerts, or make sure you have a way to get alerts to your phone in different ways, because that is important. The alert could come out, but if you don't receive it, then it's not going to help you get to safety. So one way you can do that is to be able to get alerts on your phone, our Fox 26 weather app. Another way, a weather radio. You can have it set to have alerts go off for your county or for your area. And of course, you can always turn on the TV and watch us here. We always try to keep you updated. Also keep in mind that it only takes 6 inches of water to sweep a person away, 12 inches of water to sweep a car or SUV away, and only 18 inches of water to sweep even a large vehicle away. And if that water is flowing rapidly, of course, it can do even more damage. So turn around, don't drown, always the best thing to do. As far as flood threat for the rest of tonight and tomorrow, it is still existing across parts of Texas. In fact, for the Hill Country, for the Houston area, a low risk for flooding for tonight through tomorrow. But finally on Thursday, models are suggesting that we will start to dry out and that flood risk will lift mainly out of the state. So that is good news. But here, more downpours Wednesday, Thursday, lower shot Friday, and then increasing a bit for the weekend. We'll be right back after the break.
This newscast is brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration, Houston's simple one-day hair loss treatment.
A sergeant with the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office continues to team up with his doctor at UT Health Houston to raise awareness about stroke prevention and recovery. After suffering from a stroke a decade ago, Sergeant Danny Beckworth knows he's only able to serve his community now because of early intervention. He spoke with Fox 26 anchor Melissa Wilson.
Sergeant Danny Beckworth is on a mission to be as active as possible, learning jiu-jitsu later in life and going beyond that to compete in cycling events, riding 150 miles and running a half marathon. He's determined to stay active to prevent another stroke. Dr. Angel Sharif at UT Health reminds him an active lifestyle and healthy living are crucial for prevention. Reflecting about the day of his stroke.
At first, I didn't know what was going on. It was, I got very dizzy. I couldn't, I have a king-size bed and I was actually falling out of that bed.
He was able to think straight enough to call the dispatcher at his office, who immediately recognized his slurred speech and suspected a stroke. His colleagues raced to help him. He was able to crawl to the door to unlock it.
I remember thinking, okay, I know they know me and they know what kind of person I am, so I know that I know they'll be there.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible that they were able to help you. So you were taken to a hospital there in Sugar Land, and then they had to escort you by ambulance and by escort to get you here to the med center where they felt like they could really do emergency surgery on you. What was the recovery like from something so extreme?
When I initially remember waking up, I just had a really tremendous pressure in the back of my head, and I was extremely dizzy. I couldn't walk.
Danny presented in a little bit of an unusual way for stroke, right?
Right. So he presented with difficulties with balance and dizziness, which people don't often think about as one of the signs of stroke, but it's a really important sign of stroke.
Thank goodness doctors figured it out quickly. He had emergency surgery here?
Right, he did, because stroke was in the back of the brain and the cerebellum, so there can be a lot of swelling and pressure on the brain stem, so sometimes we have to do surgery for that type of stroke.
Dr. Sharif stresses the importance of prevention.
Blood pressure control is really important, preventing the development of diabetes, addressing cholesterol, getting good exercise, and following a very healthy diet.
And I also think it's really important to know the warning signs in case you do undergo something like this. His was dizziness. What are other ways?
So difficulties with vision, like sudden loss of vision or difficulties with vision. And then we think about the classic FAST things. So facial weakness, arm weakness, difficulties with speech, slurred speech, or difficulty getting words out. And of course, time to call 911 right away. That's the T in FAST.
Sergeant Beckworth's recovery was a long journey.
I couldn't walk, and I had to relearn how to move. And luckily, thank God, the PT, the physical therapists that are here that were assigned to me, they kind of got me up every day. And I was probably a little annoying too, because I would tell them to get me up more often.
Today, Sergeant Beckworth proudly says he has recovered 100%.
It had to be good to be back at work and just get back to normal life after you fully recovered.
I loved it. It was a goal, and just have to set those little small goals, and that was a goal that I wanted to get.
I bet you were ready to go take care of people instead of people taking care of you, weren't you?
I was ready to get back out on the streets for sure.
In the Texas Medical Center, Melissa Wilson, Fox 26 News.
You're watching the News Edge Early Edition.
The numbers that I have is that there are 94 fatalities. 94 fatalities associated with this flooding event in this area. Separate from that, in other flooding events in other parts of the state of Texas, there's another 15 fatalities for a total of 109. To put this into perspective, just in the Kerr and Kendall counties alone, there are far more fatalities than there were in Hurricane Harvey.
Thank you for watching us here on The News Edge. I am Rashi Vatz in for Anthony Antoine, and topping the rundown tonight is the death toll from the July 4th weekend flooding in the Hill Country. As we just heard from Governor Greg Abbott, that number continues to climb. Now, most of those deaths happened in Kerr County, where at least 87 people have died, and that does include 30 children. 161 people across the state are now known to be missing. At least 5 girls and a counselor from Camp Mystic are still missing. Governor Greg Abbott said at a presser this afternoon that the job is not finished and they will continue to search for those who are missing.
The primary job right now continues to be locating everybody who was affected by this flood. There still remain those who are missing. We have to find every single person who's missing.
I have team coverage for you tonight from Kerr County. This is where my co-anchor Caroline Collins is live tonight. So Caroline, I understand it's your second day out there. What has it been like?
Well, Rashi, I can tell you it is hot for these search and rescue teams who are working around the clock to search these areas like this one. We're standing in Kurville in what was an RV park where people actually lived. And now what is left of it? Well, a bunch of debris, and you can see these RVs just like this one mangled, and we don't even know where these ones might have came from. They could have been downstream and ended up all the way here. Now, earlier today we actually spoke with a man named Tommy who tells us he lived in this RV park and he's lost everything, including his car.
So this guy that owns this place, his pickup was fixing to get washed away. So we went over and hooked the chain on his pickup, and I got him out. And then I was going to go get mine, and the water was already chest deep. Stuff fine about that water. I mean, it just is nasty, dark. And I got over there, and I was going to get my pickup, and then he gets over there, and I got washed away.
Well, Tommy Ireland there, emotional as he talked about what happened when he woke up to pounding on his door. Someone said, "You got to get out. The water's rising." He was neck deep and he ended up with nothing. He says that he doesn't even know where he's going to go to rebuild. Luckily, he does have some family in this area, but that's what's happening. That's the reality of what is happening in Kurville. And not just to Tommy, but to so many people. Our Jillian Hartman also just spoke with some people who also lost everything in these deadly 4th of July floods. Jillian.
Yeah, Carolina, in the last hour, I spoke with a man who lived in this RV behind me and the one right next to it. Both men, everything they owned is gone. Both of their homes destroyed. This is not just debris behind me. This was their lives. And they described those scary moments when the flooding started.
It's sad. I mean, it's heartbreaking and just got to start all over.
The night it happened, I woke up from thunder, and then I thought I heard a bullhorn, and it was the Ingram Fire Department on a bullhorn saying, "Get out." And I pulled my shades back, and a firefighter was knocking at the door at the same time. I opened the door. He said, "Hey, you got to evacuate. Water's coming." And I grabbed my keys, grabbed my wallet, and I left.
The timing of it is what was so devastating. If people would have been awake, they could have heard it and seen it and all that. I watched it from when it left the banks, and I kept moving my stuff to higher ground, but I had no idea how high it was going to get.
Can you walk us through that night?
Well, my dog is afraid of fireworks, and that was my first concern, but it turned out to be thunder. And it just came up so fast, and it wasn't just a rise. It was coming in like waves on the beach. It was scary. And once I realized I couldn't save anything, loaded my dog, and by the time I left, water was already over my knees.
And then this is the aftermath. Brutal.
Both men tell me it was absolutely terrifying. They've never been through anything like this, but they are just grateful to be alive. Back to you, Caroline.
Jillian, it's just heartbreaking to hear. Back out here live along the Guadalupe River, also in Kurville, we are seeing these big excavators removing cars that were buried beneath other debris and trees as that water rushed through here on the 4th of July, killing over 100 people. It's a story that's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse as this community tries to rebuild. We are expecting a visit from President Donald Trump here on Friday. And of course, our public officials have been doing daily updates where we learn more and more about how this community is going to rebuild. Reporting live in Kurville, Caroline Collins, Fox 26 News. Rashi.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for that live report there. Now, we are learning more about the Houston-born victims of the Central Texas flooding. At Sinclair Elementary School in the Heights, a memorial is growing for 8-year-old Greta Teranzo. Her family says she was at Camp Mystic, and it was her 3rd year at the camp. At the school, Houston ISD officer Bennett Injustice, an emotional support dog, was brought in for grieving students.
We know that we had something that happened pretty awful out in Kurville, so we want to be here for this community to help them get through what they're experiencing, and justice is just one of the many tools here to help them grieve and get through their moment.
A number of Houstonian area residents have lost their lives in the Central Texas flooding. Molly Schaefer of Houston was at the River Inn at Hunt for the holiday. Her husband says they were at their 46th annual reunion with best friends from law school. As they tried to evacuate, their car was swept away. He did manage to get out while she unfortunately was swept away. From Camp Mystic, 8-year-old camper Anna Margaret Bellows of Houston died, as did 8-year-old Blakely McCrory, that is. 9-year-old Molly DeWitt of Wilchester Elementary and Chloe Childress was an upperclassman at Kincaid working as a camp counselor. We have a full list of victims on our website, fox26houston.com. Well, many of our neighbors far removed from this flood devastation, they're trying to find ways to help Central Texans who also need to rebuild. Over in Needville, volunteers spent the day collecting cleaning supplies, water, toiletries, and other goods to send into Central Texas. The Fort Bend County farming community, 40 miles from downtown Houston, is close-knit like many of those in the Hill Country. As the scenes of destruction emerged from the flood zone, people say they had to step up with assistance.
It was truly tragic, and so to me, it's just like I want to help my community. I want to help the people that are like grieving with as much as we possibly can in any way we can.
We said we need to do something in the Needville area and provide those needs for those folks so they're able to rebuild their lives or begin the process of rebuilding their lives.
After connecting with some of the affected communities about their needs, these supplies are being sent to Marble Falls and should be in people's hands by the end of the week. If you want to help flood victims, you can send money directly to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. All you have to do is scan this QR code on your screen or go to the link to donate. The Better Business Bureau does recommend donating to established nonprofits experienced in disaster recovery. Now talking about the weather, it was a stormy day for parts of our area today. We are your Gulf Coast Weather Authority and meteorologist Ramisha Shade tracking those storms for us.
Well, we're dealing with the potential for flooding here. We're not talking about the catastrophic flash flooding like folks across the Kurville area experience, but more minor flooding. And we do have a flood advisory until 7 p.m. that does include Houston, Sugar Land, League City, Angleton, and Lake Jackson. Widespread super heavy rain. Bursts of it have been coming at us in waves today and starting to get a little bit lighter, but still heavy enough to cause some problems out there. So you can see that flood advisory until 7. All of the rain stretching from Houston down to the coast, Angleton and Lake Jackson. At this point, though, right around downtown Houston, things are improving, but you can still see some decent downpours over around Sugar Land. More heavy rain, though, building up around Barrett, the Highlands, Channel View, so watch out there for ponding of water or flooded roads. Also, closer to the coast, still some problems with some heavier bursts of rain around Angleton, Santa Fe, and up towards Alvin, Manville, and League City. You're getting in on some of those heavier showers as well. So please be careful out there. 1 to 3 inches of rain falling over just the last few hours from Houston to Sugar Land down towards Lake Jackson. But like I said, things looking a little bit better around the Houston area for the moment. We do have some rain cooled air out there. Temps in the middle 70s, so that's a positive thing. Another positive thing, it's dry right now all across Kerr County, and that will help those crews to maybe speed up that recovery and cleanup process. But it will be a long one with, of course, over a foot of rain for that area over the last 5 days or so. I'll have much more on rain and storm chances for the rest of the week and a look at your weekend forecast later in the show.
A Houston teenager faces serious charges in Brazoria County, accused of opening fire on his co-workers while on a landscaping job. Fox 26 News reporter Leslie Delaspore is outlined for us in Clute, where all of this happened. Leslie.
Yeah, Rashi, a 15-year-old faces capital murder charges, accused of killing 2 of his co-workers and injuring 1. Here's what we know so far. 5 men were working a landscaping job employed by Green Trees Lawn and Special Services based in Houston when shots rang out during their lunch break Monday around 1:18 p.m. Clute police received a call about a shooting at 200 Dixie Drive. When they arrived, officers found 3 people who had been shot. Clute police say during a medical episode, the 15-year-old employee pulled out a handgun and started shooting at all 4 of his co-workers. 3 men were hit and 1 escaped. Police add the suspect then ran away and was found nearby on the 700 block of Plantation Drive. 1 victim died at the scene and 2 others were transported to Herman Memorial. 1 of them died there and the other is expected to survive. I spoke with Green Trees Lawn on the phone and they tell me they're trying to notify victims' families and piece together what happened. 1 witness nearby says he was at work when he heard the gunshots and describes what he and his coworkers saw. Take a listen.
2 of my coworkers walked down the side of the building, now standing at the side doors, kind of watching them, and they turned around and ran back after they saw what they saw. So I ran back inside the building, ran through the warehouse to go close the door, and before I did that, I took a look outside and saw the gentleman lying on the ground. And obviously, he was deceased, you could tell. But there was another gentleman who was stumbling up against like a truck, the landscaping truck that was here, it was a landscaping crew. And he was very visible. It looked like he was wounded just based off the way he was stumbling. And he was using the hood of the truck to support himself. It's crazy hearing that in a small town like this, you know, especially from a 15-year-old. It's just not something that just doesn't happen here. Not often enough for, especially just to be the one near it. It's just weird. I know I keep saying that. It's a gut punch.
And right now, that 15-year-old is booked into the Brazoria County Juvenile Detention Center. Reporting live in Clute, Texas, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
And that wraps up your rundown. Coming up next, we do continue our coverage from the Central Texas flooding. Located downstream on the Guadalupe River is Center Point, Texas. Peyton May from our sister station in Dallas is showing us the devastation there right now.
Here in Center Point, a little downstream of the Guadalupe River, you could just see how much devastation there is in this area. You can see how fast those waters were rushing on Friday. I mean, this is a slab of concrete. It's heavy. Now imagine this entire wall being filled with concrete slabs, and that was all washed out and toppled over during the flash flooding. There's crews in this area that are actually putting up power poles that have been knocked down, power lines. They're really been working around the clock, kind of restoring power in this area. Now behind me here, there's also search crews, and there's departments from all over the state. I mean, we're seeing military members, fire departments, law enforcement, police from San Antonio, from Houston. They've told us that they are ready to stay as long as possible to continue with searches. There's also construction companies that we've talked to. They have teams of people here. They were let off work for as long as needed to bring out chainsaws, to bring out hats, gloves, boots, equipment to help with the response efforts here. I mean, there is just so much damage. You could see uprooted trees all throughout the riverbank of the Guadalupe, and these are massive trees. Everyone is really coming together, doing as much as they can, as there are still missing people, unfortunately, a lot of kids. But I have to say, these first responders here have really been working together around the clock. There's volunteers that have been coming out as well that have registered with them to help out and do everything that they can. Reporting in Center Point, I'm Peyton May.
All right, well, Lauren Tyler and her family have a home in Hunt not far from Camp Mystic, and they were there for the holiday and tried so hard to help but faced challenges at every turn.
We were able to get all the way to the Highway 39 bridge, and that was completely, I mean, messed up. Like, nobody was driving over those except for these massive Army vehicles and, you know, Game Wardens. But that's when where all my videos came from. Seeing mattresses in trees, seeing little clothes of children's clothes in trees 30 feet up in these, I mean, just the canoes, I mean, cars flipped over. I mean, again, we had no idea really what we were seeing and witnessing, driving all the way to Camp Mystic. Again, not really fully understanding. I mean, we were trying our best to be helpful, but we didn't know that we were trapped in and other people couldn't get in to help. And so, you know, it's just been, it's been a process I don't even have words really, to really describe what we saw, because it was really like, it feels like a tsunami. It's like, so the power of that water and the height that it got to then how far it spread. I mean, it was half a mile wide is what my dad is saying.
Just so devastating there. Well, we are your Gulf Coast Weather Authority and tracking not only the rain there in central Texas, but also here in the Houston area, Ramisha.
We've had our fair share of rain today, but it hasn't been 10 to almost 24 inches like parts of the Texas Hill Country have experienced over recent days. But it's been about 1 to 3 inches stretching from Houston to Sugar Land over to League City and down to Lake Jackson. The flood advisory sticks around for about another 40 minutes or so through 7 p.m. for Houston and Sugar Land, where we could have an additional 1, maybe 1.5 inches of rain that could lead to a few more flooded streets. Downtown Houston looking good, but we've got some bursts of rain off to the east and northeast over towards the Barrett area, Highlands, Channelview, and we do have still some decent rainfall right around Sugar Land. So be careful, watch out for any ponding of water on those roads. Few flooded streets, still a possibility as well. Decent rainfall still coming down right around Holiday Lakes, down around Brazoria, Lake Jackson, so watch out there. The evening rush probably going to be even slower than it normally is. We will see some improvements, I think, around sunset, but for now, 1 to 3 inches of rain over the last 3 to 6 hours for Houston and Sugar Land, and the potential for a little bit more before things start to calm down. Speaking of calming down, that's exactly what we need across the Texas Hill Country. We need the rain to go away. We have had some flood advisories for this area this afternoon, and still a few persisting near Austin and also south and east of San Antonio. But at least for Kurville and the rest of Kerr County, things are quiet today. The sun actually popped out. It was hot and steamy out there for recovery crews, but at least we've gotten rid of any additional threat for flash flooding. Speaking of flash flooding, it was caused by, in part, a lot of rain, anywhere from 10 to almost 24 inches of rainfall over the last 5 to 7 days. You can see some of that heaviest rain northwest of Round Rock and Austin, but over a foot of rain right around Kurville, where we had the worst of that extreme flooding. Of course, the Guadalupe River going from 7 feet around 4 or 5 a.m. early 4th of July morning on Friday to almost 30 feet in a very short period of time, and all of that raging water rolling off to the east. So fortunately, the rain has come to an end around Kerr County. We've still got rainfall here, and of course more comfortable temps in the 70s now, still in the 90s across central and west Texas. So of course, where things are drying out, things are heating up. We're going to repeat this process for tomorrow. I think most of the rain is gone by 10 p.m. tonight. Heading into tomorrow morning, a few thunderstorms may bubble up near the coast and likely roll inland for the afternoon. So still a pretty good chance for more heavy rain for Wednesday. Keep the umbrellas, the rain boots close by. Thursday, spotty downpours. Friday is a day where we get a break, so plan your pool time then. By Saturday and Sunday, rain chances start to creep back up again to around 40%.
Well, coming up next, we hear from the Harris County Sheriff's Office dive team on the one-year anniversary of Hurricane Beryl.
This newscast is brought to you by Wiesner GMC Buick.
Today marks the one-year anniversary of Hurricane Beryl, and we spoke with the Harris County Sheriff's Office dive team earlier today. They wanted to remind folks that we are still in hurricane season, and it's not if Harris County encounters flooding issues during a storm, but when.
You know, we're in hurricane season, and when it comes to floods in Harris County, in the Houston area, it's not a matter of if, but it's when. So if there are floods, we deploy. We have different assets that we can deploy to help with evacuations and rescues. Well, it's very important. I mean, what is it, 7 years ago we had Hurricane Harvey, we had Imelda, Beryl, Tax Day. I mean, so we've experienced a lot of floods around here, and people get trapped in their homes, and that's where we would come in and help evacuate them.
And we'll be right back. In tonight's primetime lineup, it's a new episode of The 1% Club at 7 p.m. And after that, a new episode of The Snake. And then tonight on News at 9, we are live in Kurville for you as recovery efforts continue. We're hearing from the governor as he calls for a special session to address the tragedy that unfolded in Central Texas. That's going to do it for us for the News Edge Early Edition. I'm Rashi Batts. Thank you so much for joining me. Head on over to Fox Local to continue our coverage of the deadly flooding in the Hill Country on Houston Live and Local. All you have to do is scan that QR code you see at the bottom of your screen there. And we will see you tonight, Fox 26 News at 9. TMZ is next. Have a great night.
Hey, welcome to Houston Live and Local. I'm Sherman DeSalle with your coverage this evening. We'll continue to follow the latest on that deadly flooding in Hill Country in Central Texas. Today, Governor Abbott gave an update saying that a staggering 161 people remain missing statewide, and at least 109 people have died. The majority of those killed were in Kerr County, where 30 children have died, including at Camp Mystic. It's really devastating. 5 campers and 1 counselor still missing. 2 of the missing campers have ties to the Houston area. 8-year-old Kellyanne Lytle, still unaccounted for. I actually spoke with the little girl's mother over the weekend. Her father, Wade Lytle, a former Memorial High School football coach, and has continued to ask for prayers for a miracle. Margaret Sheedy, a 3rd grader at Kincaid Schools, also unaccounted for. And today we sadly received confirmation that 2 campers from the Houston area had passed away. Greta Teranzo, a 10-year-old HISD student, was attending Camp Mystic. Her family confirmed her passing, saying, quote, "Our hearts are broken beyond words." And the family of 8-year-old Blakely McRory has also confirmed her passing, saying they mourn her absence but choose to celebrate her life. Blakely was a student at Memorial Lutheran School. Now, throughout all this tragedy, we've been hearing, there's Greta Teranzo right there. Throughout all this tragedy, we've been hearing some amazing stories of survival. That's something that I actually just had an interview not too long ago hearing about another survival story. It's pretty incredible to hear this from the people who saw it all. My colleague Jillian Hartman is in Ingram right now to tell us about a story that she heard today. Jillian, how's it going out there?
Hey, well, I can tell you the devastation. It's really unbelievable seeing in person and up close. It's heartbreaking. We're seeing tree after tree after tree down, just massive trees like this one, roots ripped right out of the ground, and then places people called home just destroyed. I talked to a dad. He was in an RV with his 3 boys. They just got done celebrating July 4th early when they woke up to firefighters knocking on their door, telling them to get out because the water was rushing up the hill here. He described like this was a beachfront. There were waves of water here, and he says it was one of the scariest things, and he says they had minutes to escape. This local father walked us through the terrifying moments when his family was rushed to safety on July 4th morning. He lives in this RV with his 3 young sons along the Guadalupe River. He says he woke up to the Ingram Fire Department telling him to get out.
It was unbelievable, you know? You just think, like, I could hear it and them yelling and then, you know, the sirens going off and you don't think it's, like, happening, you know? I honestly second-guessed it until I opened the door and I saw, you know, the lights and everybody outside, and I was just like, oh, man, it's really happening. And then once I loaded my boys in the car, because I had went to go take a peep at first, and I saw that the water, it was rising, you know, it was coming from both, looked like it was coming from both sides.
He shared this video of the flooding, and you can see how high the water got. He says he lost almost everything he owns. What's your reaction seeing this destruction?
It's saddening because prior to this, it's like almost 10 months of me and my kids getting to where we're at here, you know, and honestly, we made this for the past 8 months, have made this our home. He said the night before he was celebrating Independence Day early with his boys, not knowing what was going to happen just hours later. He says they are lucky to be alive. No, it's just scary, a scary experience, you know, seeing everything that's kind of transpired, you know, people losing their kids and everything. It's just, it's kind of heart-wrenching just because, you know, I have my 3 boys of my own, so just, you know, I'm grateful I got them out of that situation. It's kind of upsetting seeing others couldn't.
So that video we just showed you, he tells me that he's never going to delete that because he wants to cherish that video with the July 4th cupcakes, enjoying that moment with his boys, because that was really the last family good moment that they had in their home. And Sherman, we've been doing this for years. We've covered floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, severe storms, and seeing this in person, I mean, I've covered a Category 5 hurricane in Florida, and just seeing all this, it's one of the worst situations I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's something that we'll be covering for quite some time. Thank you so much for all the work that you've been doing, Jillian. We appreciate it. Yeah, so the death toll from last week's deadly flood, it continues to climb, and that's something that we had just mentioned about Governor Greg Abbott announcing that there are more people missing than originally thought, than first announced. And Fox 26's Caroline Collins is live tonight in Kerr County. You've been out there for a couple of days. Caroline, what can you tell us right now?
Hi, Sherman. We are in what used to be an RV park, home to many people. It's now gone, and RVs are washed up all along the Guadalupe River. I'm standing in front of a huge pile of debris, but there is just debris lining this area for miles and miles and miles at a time. It's so sad to see up close because you can see all of the metal and the cars and machinery that got washed up in this flood. I mean, if you were one of the people that was trying to escape this flood, if you were caught in it, I mean, there's no way that you could survive up against all of this debris that's being washed up and all the trees that have come down. So today in this area, we actually saw cadaver dogs searching. Once they kind of cleared a bunch of the trees and the debris, they would bring out the cadaver dogs to kind of sniff in cars or under machinery or whatever before they were moving that, just to make sure that there was no human bodies underneath that debris. So it's a really sad situation out here. We talked to one guy who lost his whole entire house, everything he had in his car washed away. Also, what's pretty remarkable is all of the cars that are washed up in all this debris. It's so sad to see. So coming up tonight at 9 o'clock, you're going to hear from one of the volunteers who's out here with her cadaver dog, just helping in the search. And then at 10 o'clock, you're going to hear from Tommy, who lost everything here at this RV park. Sherman.
Wow, thank you very much, Caroline. So you pointed out something that's always remarkable is to see things like heavy things like cars weighing a ton or more, just in random places. It just shows how powerful that water is. I mean, and we actually get to talk to people who survived this or had to fight through it. I mean, what more kind of stories have you heard today from people who are just astonished at what they're looking at?
Well, I'm going to flip us around here, Matt, if you can, just to try to give you guys a look at a little bit closer to the river and just the big pieces of equipment and everything that kind of washed up along here. It's a little bit hard to walk, so be careful, Matt.
Yeah, be careful, guys.
It's all this dirt and everything.
Pretty muddy still.
We are thankful, though, Sherman, that it's been dry here, because if it had rained the last couple of days, this would have made the search even harder. But what I'm hearing from the people around here is they're still in shock, and everybody has a tie to the people who, from this county who are suffering in some way, shape, or form from this tragedy on the 4th of July. So everyone just wants to see this community rebuild. They're coming together. They're trying to stay positive. They're helping out. They're volunteering. They're doing what they can. And every time that we pull up to a new area along the river, Matt and I are just like, wow, we just can't believe the damage. And it's crazy to take in.
Look at that. It's a couple of vehicles. Was that a cargo that I saw over there not too far from you? Like a back of a truck?
Yes, a car. I think you're referring to
back of an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, it almost looks like a shipping container or like the back of a truck or something that's over there. I mean, and you have to think about it. This river rose about 30 feet in under an hour, and in some places even faster than that. So if there was a bunch of RVs right here where we're standing, I mean, people are asleep. They're in there. The guy that we talked to, Tommy, said that he woke up at the wee hours of the morning to banging on his door, walked out of his RV in neck-deep water, heard screaming from people of all ages for help, and then the RVs just start getting taken down the river. I mean, that's an actual nightmare. And he got emotional, and he has some family in the area, but he's like, what do I even do? How do I even rebuild?
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Caroline, thank you so much for showing us this. You and Matt, you guys be careful out there. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Sherman. Appreciate you.
All right, let's go to the weather now. Ramisha, is something we've been covering extensively, and we've seen some rain even here in the Houston area. How does that impact what we're looking at in Central Texas?
Well, the heaviest axis of rain has kind of shifted from the Texas Hill Country closer to our area. So we're getting the downpours, but nothing quite as extreme as what folks across Kerr County dealt with, even in Austin and also New Braunfels, San Antonio. A lot of flash flooding happened there as well. So I don't think we're going to get anything like that, but of course we are getting some heavy rain, so certainly watch out across the Houston area. But I do want to start with what we've been dealing with across the Texas Hill Country. This is crazy. We've been showing you the aftermath, all of the damage and destruction, numerous fatalities. We still have a lot of people missing. This is the reason why. We just had a ton of rain in a short period of time, just over the last 5 to 7 days, about 2 feet of rain showing up close to Round Rock, northwest of Austin. A year's worth of rain for this area would be about 36 inches, Sherman. So that's about 2/3 of the year's worth of rain in less than a week. For Kerr County, Kurville, Hunt, those spots, about 12 to 14 inches of rain over the last 5 to 7 days. And of course, it wasn't just the rainfall that caused all of the deadly flooding. It was the rain that overwhelmed the Guadalupe River that rose over 20 feet in a short period of time. It rose to about 30 feet at the Guadalupe River at Hunt. It was right around 7 feet early Friday morning, 4 a.m., and then quickly rose to about 29.45 feet. So that led to that deadly flooding. And if people were sleeping or if they were caught off guard, I mean, it was probably too late. They really had very little time to prepare for what was coming. So this is just a horrific event. The good news is that the rain is finally shut off around Kerr County for now, though you can see that there are still a few flood advisories not that far away. But at least for Kurville and the rest of Kerr County, no rainfall in the county at this point, no flood watches, and overall for the rest of the week, rain chances are getting lower. So hopefully that will give crews a better chance to do more in the recovery and the cleanup, because it is going to be a very long, arduous process. All right, back to the Houston area. We're not dealing with 10 to 24 inches of rain, but we've had about 1 to almost 4 inches of rain for some spots today, and that led to a flood advisory that was set to expire. And still coming down for you in Alvin, Manville, and down towards Sweeney and Lake Jackson. So I think by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, most of this will start to wind down. So that is some good news for us. But keep in mind, we've still got that flood advisory until 7 p.m. So time right now, 6:43. So for about another 16, 17 minutes or so, 1 to 3 inches of rain showing up over the last 3 to 6 hours around Houston, especially southwest Houston, Bel Air, down to Sugar Land. Look at that, Sugar Land, close to 3 inches of rain today. Live view of Houston, you can see some light showers showing up in this shot. Nothing too heavy, but of course we did have heavier rain earlier, so that could still be contributing to a few flooded streets, especially those secondary roads. A little bit of good news, temperatures feeling good out there. Of course, after a big rain, temperatures come down. Enjoy those 70s, because we won't see that too much in July.
Yeah, no, for sure. We'll take that. Thank you so much, Ramisha. 2/3 of the year?
In less than a week. That's crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. All right. So Governor Abbott had some strong words for those asking who's to blame for this disaster. He gave this and other comments in today's press conference. Take a listen.
Second part of the question needs to be addressed. You ask, and I'm going to use your words, who's to blame? Know this. That's the word choice of losers. let me explain one thing about Texas. And that is, Texas, every square inch of our state cares about football. You could be in Huntsville, Texas, Houston, Texas, any size community, they care about football. High school, Friday night lights, college football, or pro. And know this, every football team makes mistakes. The losing teams are the ones that try to point out who's to blame. The championship teams are the ones that say, don't worry about it, man, we got this. We're going to make sure that we go score again, that we're going to win this game. The way winners talk is not to point fingers. They talk about solutions. What Texas is all about is solutions. In fact, I want to read you something that I received last night that's worth emphasizing to put this in context. Tragedy has come. That part is done. What we do now, who we are now, that's what the story is still being written. Let it be one of grace, of grit, of fierce love in the face of grief. Let it be the kind of story that proves that the hill country may flood, but it does not fail. Say what you will about Texas, but when the rivers rise, so do we. Not with blame, not with bitterness, but with boots on the ground, arms around strangers, and hearts wide open. That's the Texas I know, and that's the America that I believe in. What this person wrote is what I know is true for all Texans, and what we will achieve every single day.
Governor Abbott, over here, sir.
You know, part of the legislative process is policy is not made in a vacuum. We have ideas. I've served on 2 investigatory committees out of the House before I was Speaker, both Uvalde and Panhandle wildfires. There are things that we can talk about, but it is too early to commit to know the specifics until we actually talk to the members of the community and hear what they think. Talk to the experts in the field. Talk to the first responders. That's what legislative hearings are for. We are ready to get started. The legislators I talked to, the members of the House, and I know the Senate, are very interested in finding solutions to not accept that we can't do better. But we will have those hearings. We will synthesize what we get, and we will come up with legislation that I believe will make it to the governor's desk and make us a stronger, better, more resilient Texas.
Governor Abbott, over here, sir. Governor, clearly there's growing concerns in this community.
Well, so one thing that we're focused on is making sure that we deliver the right solutions. One thing the speaker just said is worth emphasizing, and that is that for us to provide real solutions, we actually need to hear from the people who are the ones most affected. The ones most affected, they're dealing with the grievance of having lost a child or lost a business or otherwise have their lives turned upside down. They don't have the capability right now of providing that information. We'll talk to local leaders, importantly, not just here, but across the state. And we want to make sure that we address what happened here, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we are able to implement measures that are going to be able to prevent loss in other regions going forward. So we have our work cut out for us, but I know the members of the House, members of the Senate, I know we'll work and get some meaningful things done.
Governor Abbott, over here, sir. First of all, we want to acknowledge the superhuman work that's happening to support these rescue and recovery efforts, but there are growing concerns in this community about who is in charge during those critical hours when the first alert came in at 1:14 and when the wall of water arrived here just before 5 a.m. What is your level of concern here, and what are you looking into your side?
So again, my focus isn't on trying to say, oh, you did wrong or you should have done better there. My job is to bring Texas and Texans together and make sure that we immediately start delivering on solutions. You talk about the heroic effort, and no one has seen the level of response as what Texas has provided over the past 4 days or so. And we continue to maintain that response here while also going to the state capitol and working on around-the-clock responses there to make sure that we do deliver real solutions for these people sitting right behind you.
And then follow the chief again, please.
Sure. So what your question is about what local officials knew? You'd have to ask them. What the state was aware of, the state was aware that there was a possible serious flooding event days in advance, and we pre-positioned assets and resources and personnel. And remember, the flood began on Friday morning. We originally positioned those assets, resources, and personnel on Wednesday. Then when greater clarity was discerned on Thursday, we moved them closer, added, and made sure that we had adequate supply going into Friday. So we were ready with the resources on the ground to be able to quickly respond. Some people say, well, we responded so fast. One reason we did respond fast is because we had assets.
Okay, that was some of what Governor Abbott had to say, the strong words that he used when being asked who's to blame for this disaster. Let's go to Ron Reynolds now, a state representative for District 27. He sat down with Isaiah Carey earlier to respond to what Governor Abbott said. Take a listen.
Isaiah, first of all, it is gut-wrenching to know that over 100 Texans passed away because of this devastating flood. In addition to that, based on Governor Abbott, we know that there are over 100 more that are still unaccounted for. So we could be looking at over 200 people that could possibly be dead. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we know that the number every day keeps going up. And so that is, it was chilling as I was listening to Governor Abbott describe that. I didn't know that number was quite that high. I thought there were several.
No one did.
No one did
we
until
maybe a dozen more.
Exactly. Those were the numbers that I was seeing. So this was real numbers that he said he got from law enforcement. So these aren't fictitious numbers. This is actual numbers. So that is very heartbreaking to know that there are people that are still unaccounted for. I am so proud of our first responders, the people who are out there, as Governor Abbott said, searching day and night. They will not give up until every single body is accounted for. We're praying that there are people who are still alive that need to be searched and rescued, but far more likely, these are bodies that are being recovered. And so we want those families to be able to have proper closure, and we want everyone to be accounted for. That's what Governor Abbott pledged to do. I'm happy that Speaker Burrows was with him, and also the local representative who I spoke to on the phone yesterday, Representative Verdell, who represents Kerr County. I pledged to him that I was going to do everything I could. This is a bipartisan effort. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, black, white, if you voted for Trump or not. This is about people. And so I'm very, as all Texans are, praying for the best outcome. So that is what we see right now with Governor Abbott with the flyover. He could see the devastation. And from what I get from local accounts, the debris is everywhere. Thank God we have our DPS, the National Guard who's there. We have a lot of volunteers. This is where Texans come together to show how resilient we are.
Now, you guys are headed to a special session of the legislature on July 21st. How does this get on the agenda? How does it become a priority for the state of Texas when we talk about this devastating flooding that we still haven't seen the final numbers when it comes to the number of people, the number of souls that have been lost?
Right. Well, Isaiah, as you know, we were going into special session anyway. This right here just intensified everything. This will be our top priority as we go into the special session starting on July 21st. I'm thinking all 150 members are going to be committed in the House, and all 31 state senators are going to be committed in the Senate on holding public hearings and finding best practices, so we can't keep putting Band-Aids, having these natural disasters and leaving people vulnerable to floods or other natural disasters. My hope and prayer is that we'll put all kind of politics aside and go where the facts and science leads us. There should be accountability. People want answers to what went wrong. And people also want confidence knowing that if we have these events in the future, which likely we will, that we're prepared for it, that we'll be resilient, and that we'll have the proper monitoring, that we'll have the proper systems in place, sirens and everything else, so that people are alerted that they can evacuate timely. Those are the things that we're going to be looking for when we start the special session. So I'm prayerful that we will do everything we can, commit the resources, because one of the things that the Governor Abbott didn't say is that this could have been addressed in the past. He didn't say that, but we now know that there were requests from Kerr County commissioners on 3 separate occasions since 2016 for $1 million from the state to get prepared to have the kind of sirens that were needed. We now know that they didn't get those requests. Those requests were denied on 3 separate occasions.
What happened with those requests if they requested it 3 times over 8 years?
They requested it once after they did a study. They did an engineering. They put up $50,000 to have engineers to do a report to see an assessment of what's needed to keep their citizens safe. That assessment said one of the things that we need is sirens, the kind of sirens that could alarm people, the residents, in the event of needed evacuations. They did the first request after that. Then they did another request after Hurricane Harvey. And then they did a third request. Each and every request was denied by the state. That to me, someone has to be accountable. There needs to be a transparency. People need to know, because the system failed that community. They didn't have the resources. They made a request through grants from the state that could have easily, $1 million from our state budget is nothing, Isaiah. So we need to know, why was that request denied when we know for a fact that this was one of the most high floodplain areas in the state and in the country? Why were they denied this request? I don't know, but those are the kind of answers we'll be seeking when we start those hearings starting July 21st.
Now, one of the things that we heard at this press conference, tough questions from journalists, reporters out on the scene. And as I said before, the governor says those who ask the question, who's to blame, is a loser. Is it now time to ask?
All right, so you can see these full interviews with Governor Abbott, State Representative Ron Reynolds on Fox Local right now. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Houston Live and Local. So today, Texas Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, they spoke on the Senate floor about these devastating floods that we've been looking at in Hill Country. Take a listen.
What many of these families are going through now is they mourn the loss of 27 of these young campers as well as their adult counselors. While we try to wrap our heads around this heart-wrenching disaster, we can find some solace, some encouragement in the bravery exhibited by the heroes, some of whom died to help saving these young girls. Among these is Dick Eastland, who was the director of Camp Mystic with his wife for many decades. Dick died while trying to save the lives of his young campers. Dick's grandson, George Eastland, described his grandfather as a hero, saying in a post on social media, "Although I'm devastated, I can't say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that you sacrificed your life with the hopes of someone else's being saved." Another young man, Julian Ryan, lost his life while helping his own family, including a 13-month-old and a 6-year-old escape from their trailer home as it was being washed away. While he put his 2 small children on top of a mattress to safely float, he attempted to break a window, cutting an artery in his arm that bled profusely. He was unconscious before help could arrive, but he died shortly thereafter, making sure that his family would live. His sister said, "He didn't die in vain. He died a hero." These words could not be more true of Julian and of all those whose names and stories we don't even know, who selflessly gave their lives so that others might live. After another tragedy, up I-35 in the small city of West Texas, where Senator Cruz and I were a little over a decade ago, I remember a county commissioner, after the loss of many lives in an unexpected explosion there, he was quoted as saying, "Being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is." And that stuck with me and still sticks with me today. Because when things happen like this, as they invariably do, we all come together as a family.
And the federal government responded. In the hours after the flooding began, there were over a dozen helicopters in the air. Coast Guardsmen, National Guardsmen, Texas Department of Public Safety. They performed over 850 rescues. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet Coast Guardsman Scott Ruskin. Scott Ruskin saved 165 girls. He helicoptered in to Camp Mystic, landed on an open field in a very dangerous landing terrain, where many of the girls had gone because it was the highest ground on the camp. Scott spent 3.5 hours in the dark of night with torrential rain pouring down upon him, with little girls surrounding him, many of them in their pajamas, many with one shoe, had been pulled out of bed. Little girls crying, weeping, scared, terrified out of their minds. Some girls singing hymns together. Scott stayed on the ground with them and helped 165 girls into helicopters. Each helicopter could carry roughly 15 girls, so one after the other, the helicopters came in and landed, and he helped the girls get on the helicopter and helicopter out of there. When I talked with Scott yesterday, he said he had just got off the phone with a mom and dad and a little girl who was one of those 165. And Scott, like many Coast Guard swimmers, if you had the opportunity to meet Coast Guard swimmers, I've described them as a combination of a Navy SEAL and a California surfer. They're amazing. Coast Guard swimmers are some of the most incredible heroes we have. Scott told the press this week, he said, "I'm just a dude," which is very fitting for a Coast Guard swimmer, and it's what many of them would say. But he told me those parents were crying and saying, "You saved our daughter's life." And they said, "You held our daughter's hand as she was scared and as you helped get her on the helicopter."
Well, today, Mayor John Whitmire and the Houston City Council members, they also offered their condolences during today's public session. Take a listen at that.
Members, before I call our first speaker, I know I speak for all of us, council members and all Houstonians. We start this meeting with a heavy heart. I know we will all know where we were Friday when we heard of the tragedy in Kurville. And we had a great Freedom Over Texas Friday night, but it was a struggle to celebrate when we knew fellow Houstonians and Texans were suffering such a loss. I've tried to think and talk to several of you, how would we best as a city respect and mourn the losses? I actually thought about not having council today and tomorrow to make a statement that we needed a day of reflection, a day of mourning. But having been contacted by some officials and families, it was best to go forward with our work and respect their privacy. And I would ask everyone to do so. There are still individuals lost. I do think it allows us an opportunity to unite as a city in mourning and recognize how blessed we all are to be with our families, our grandchildren, when people are suffering such unimaginable loss. I've made it very clear to the Kurville and state officials that Houston stands ready. HBD has a 12-man and lady team ready upon notice that they're needed. They're on standby. Houston Fire has sent 10 trained members who are tactical trained with a truck, and 6 are trained in swift water search and rescue recovery. So we're all in this together. But it's really a struggle. You can't get it off your mind. I know what everyone's thinking. So let's have a moment of silence. I do think, as we listen to our Houstonian guests today, it's always good to keep things in perspective, because we've got some Houstonians that have lost the most precious thing in their life. So let's pause for a moment and reflect and realize that this is not a time for division, but a time of unity for our entire city, state, and nation. Join me, please. Thank you. I do believe we'll be having an opportunity to pay respect in the memory of the lost and missing when the families are ready to allow us to do so. Councilman, and before we call our first witness, I will recognize any council member that would like to make appropriate time comments at this time. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor, for taking the opportunity to do this. My family has a place in Hunt, Texas, just right down the road from these summer camps that we've seen for many, the past few days. My son is en route there now. At a time like this, that certainly is my belief that prayers is what we can offer most. But the devastation and the loss of life is something I don't think that any of us could ever imagine. I've spent so much time in that area. Clearly, to watch the news is everything that I've seen for the past 50 years, really. I can identify on the news there, and it's a very difficult time for many. I just got word before we stepped into the meeting that yet another one of the children that was found was also a child of someone that I know, so here locally in Houston. So your prayers are appreciated. Anything we can do as a city, I know, is greatly appreciated by the whole region. And we just, we hold them all in our hearts and prayers at this time. So thank you.
Councilmember Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think there's anybody in this room that doesn't know somebody who's either lost someone or been impacted in some way, and I think that goes for the entire state of Texas. This wasn't a city or a county that was impacted, although it happened there and that was ground zero. This is the entire state that is in mourning right now. And I appreciate your sensitivity in respecting the wishes of the families right now. We have family members that are going through unimaginable things right now. We have friends that are going through unimaginable things right now. But I'm so moved and overwhelmed by the spirit of Houston, of every person asking how they can help, of businesses asking how they can help, of us sending our wildland division. They were some of the first to answer the call. So I know, true to Houston's form, we will continue to lift up all of the families and hold them close through this nightmare. And I hope at the appropriate time, and I say appropriate time, we can start to have our own discussions about what's next for Houston in terms of making sure that we all continue to be prepared for what comes our way to protect families here as well. So thank you for allowing this space and this opportunity, because I think there's not anybody that went to work on Monday that didn't have this on their mind and continues to have it on their mind. I'm still getting updates and notices, and Houston is here for Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Plummer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to join really the nation, the state for sure, in acknowledgement. My son was in Dallas for July 4th, called me first thing in the morning, on his, frantically on his way back, because his classmate was one of the counselors that got her kids out. And so with the loss that we're experiencing, what the parents are experiencing, the grandparents are experiencing, also the counselors that are just 20, 18, 21 years old, what they're experiencing is also incredibly sad. And so we just have to keep everyone lifted. We have to bind together when appropriate, whatever their needs are. I know that Houston will come together, but this is a generational tragedy. And I know everyone's just, going to do whatever we can do. But thank you for acknowledging them, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to collectively pray for the community.
Thank you. In regard to resources, we're in constant contact with the State Emergency Center. The search and rescue has largely been taken over by the federal government, the Coast Guard. So we're there to assist, but the lead right now is the federal government. I'm going to step out about midway in our session for a conference call, but everyone knows that Houston stands ready to do whatever is possible to help. Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's pretty devastating to hear about what happened, and I know that Houston, we're no stranger to floods, and that one day of water can permanently affect the rest of your life. And we know that this has happened in this case. There's still a lot of work to be done. There's no way to know how many people were camping alongside the river. We know how many girls were at camp, but all the families that were camping alongside the river. And So we'll continue to pray for the families who lost loved ones, who are impacted by the floods, and that they're comforted by God.
Well, if you want to help flood victims, you can send money directly to the Kerr County Relief Fund right there. Look at that QR code on your screen. You can scan that, or you can go to the link to donate. That's GoFox/Texas Flood Relief. The Better Business Bureau recommends donating to established nonprofits experienced in disaster recovery. We'll be right back. Welcome back. And as we learn more about the tragedy in Central Texas, it's important to monitor your mental health. And it's something that we've been talking about here in the newsroom amongst our colleagues. Earlier on Houston Live and Local, Rashi Vat sat down with Dr. Saddaf Javeed. She shared several ways that people can process their grief and other emotions.
First of all, I would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to all the families who've been affected by this unpredictable tragedy. And I know that we are all suffering and we are all feeling it in one way or the other. So I appreciate you having me.
Definitely. And I know that you're a psychiatrist for not just children, but also adults as well. When you talk to your patients, which you have done recently, about these events, what have they been saying to you?
So, you know, that's a great question. The past few days, it was extremely hard for me as well. You know, as a parent, I have 3 kids, as a child psychiatrist, as somebody who's in mental health. So what I thought was, and I think that it's important to understand, to check in. You know, I'm telling all my patients, today was the first day I was back in clinic. I took a day off yesterday because I really wanted to reset myself. I needed to understand what am I feeling and to process those feelings, to understand, you know, whatever is going on, because we are all going through many different feelings at the same time. There's anger, there's grief, there is this sense of loss. So it's very important for all of us to kind of check in with yourself. Ask yourself, how am I doing? What am I feeling? And then do something about it. Like, for example, I took the day off, I canceled my clinic, and I, spent the day with my little one, went to Barnes and Nobles, just took a day off. And it doesn't make you less of a human, it makes you more of a human, because, we also have that guilt that this is happening, and I am talking about taking time off. So I feel like that's the first step in recovery.
So when you say you check in with yourself, I know you ask yourself, how are you feeling? For a lot of people, it's sadness, it's anger, but then a lot of people, what they do is try to suppress those actions, maybe feel like they need to do something, they need to continue working, they need to keep themselves busy. And I understand that can harm you in a way if you're not addressing those feelings. So tell me how to actually address those feelings once you know what you are feeling.
Absolutely. And I always ask my patients, what is your anchor? What is your support system? Whether it is your faith, whether it is your family, checking in with your neighbors, gardening, exercise. I feel like whenever we are in a situation which is uncontrollable, which we cannot control, we know that it is hurting us, we always reach out towards the things that we know we can control, right? I can control how much time I spend with my family, or I can go out for a walk, or I can do some gardening, or just something to take my mind off. And little by little, that's when you start working towards making the bigger impact to help the community recover from it.
And I'll just tell you a personal example. It's been very heavy on all of us to be reporting on what's been going on. And so my 8-year-old son, which you all probably, I talk about him a lot, he's wanting to know what's happening, what's going on, why do you feel sad, why are you and Daddy concerned? What I wanted to do was we went out and we got supplies and we donated them this morning. But for those who might not have the time to do that, but do have time to have that conversation with their child, how do they start to do that?
That's such an important point, because, a lot of times we feel like we want to shield our children. Oh, don't tell them, it'll be too traumatic for them to understand. But I am a firm believer of having open conversations based on the age group. So for little kids, you have that conversation in the safety of your home, so that whatever reaction they have, if they are crying, if they are throwing a temper tantrum, they know that they are safe. They know that they are surrounded by their parents who will make sure that they'll fix whatever they are feeling. So have those conversations with your children. Don't go too much into detail. They don't need to know. And make sure that you do those frequent check-ins with them. How are you doing? Did you sleep okay? Make sure that you observe, some children might have nightmares. The children who have lost friends, they will be going back to school in the summer. So tell them a direction to grieve. They could write letters to their friends. They could draw paintings, or they could do a cloth and a toy drive. Something to distract them from what they're feeling and making it into something more positive, which will eventually, I think we should all be modeling the same behavior.
And that's more of what a lot of people do, is take their pain, turn it into some sort of a purpose.
Exactly.
And so I guess last question I want to ask you is, what's the big takeaway for people who are hearing about this in the news? Because it's just so hard to even grasp and fathom that right now at this hour, there are people that are still searching for loved ones.
There is no right answer to that. Right? But the most important thing, like I said earlier, it is important to understand yourself.
Okay, you can see that full interview on Fox Local right now. We'll be right back. Quick reminder, if you want to help flood victims, you can send money directly to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund. That's right there on your screen, that QR code. You can scan that with your cell phone, or you can go to the link to donate. That's go.fox/Texas Flood Relief. That is a beneficial spot to send those donations to the people who need it. Thank you for joining on Houston Live and Local. We'll see you later.
Local. If you're looking to help in the relief effort, there's a QR code at the bottom, the left-hand side of our screen. Scan that to get more information on how to donate. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Casey Stiegel. We are broadcasting live up from Dallas this evening. Thanks for being here. This afternoon, Governor Greg Abbott and state officials gave a staggering update about the search and rescue efforts in the Texas Hill Country. More than 160 people are still missing. 160. In that afternoon update, the governor said at least 161 people are still unaccounted for, and that includes those who were previously unknown to state officials who were not immediate residents or at least registered somewhere. The information about the missing came from loved ones, including in that total 5 campers and 1 counselor at Camp Mystic. The total death toll now stands at 110.
So many people lost their lives, but we're also hearing in the days since July 4th some of the evacuations, some of the stories of heroes, and then stories too of people who lost everything, but they are just thankful to be alive.
Yeah, the number of rescues nearing 1,000 that have been carried out by all of the agencies. Of course, you have the Texas National Guard on the ground.
Yes.
You have
hundreds of people.
Texas DPS, Fish and Wildlife. It just goes on. And at this afternoon's press briefing, they also talked about how other states were starting to send in help. They have assets from the Arkansas National Guard.
Sending helicopters, right.
Sending in helicopters. So really, so many people pitching in, as folks have been saying, an all hands on deck situation.
So Comfort, Texas is along the Guadalupe River. It's about 18 miles east of Kurville, and Our Amelia Jones is there on the scene. I know, Amelia, you have had the opportunity to talk with folks and to hear their stories. What are you learning?
Well, Heather, Casey, I first want to start with this massive pile of debris here. I heard you all mention that some people are just thankful to be alive, and this pile of debris came from the home of Paul Welch and Elizabeth Hastings, and they are two people who told me today they are thankful to be alive because it was their neighbor who actually woke them up and alerted them that these floodwaters were coming and that they needed to be evacuated. And Elizabeth told me that she felt that if her neighbor didn't text her, didn't call her, that they might not be here. Now, Comfort, Texas, it is in Kendall County, and we got an update from the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management, and they did say that unfortunately search and rescue crews here have recovered 8 from this floodwaters and this major flooding event. Behind me, now this is the neighbor. This is Herman Haas, who alerted Paul Welch and Elizabeth Hastings to evacuate. And so you see a bunch of people there cleaning up his home. They've been here all day. They've been here the last few days. And so as I was speaking with neighbors, they live here on Carolyn Road, and it backs up to the Guadalupe River. You can see the riverbank from their windows. Everyone on this street was able to get out in time, but they came home to find their homes and belongings destroyed. So all day we've seen people take out flooring. They've gathered debris, personal items from the homes. The people I spoke with, they're getting water from another neighbor up the street because water here isn't drinkable. It's not usable because of those floodwaters. They're using multiple hoses to get it all the way down here to Carolyn Road. And while the cleanup is overwhelming, Herman Haas told me that it is the outpouring of help from people that's keeping him going.
It's so comforting. So it's like I don't even know how to put it into words. I've never seen this much kindness out of people. It's what's making me so emotional. Of course, I'm upset about all my stuff, but just seeing so many people that care just makes my heart melt.
Yeah, and Haas also told me that just seeing all of this kindness, it told me it just restores his faith in everybody. And Comfort also has a donation site set up at their local park. The city's Chamber of Commerce is partnering with the Red Cross and actually the Salvation Army in Kurville. They just had so much of those donations coming in that they brought multiple trucks here to Comfort so they could set up a site for people to come and really get anything they need, from water bottles, cleaning supplies, clothes. And Haas said that he actually went to that site at the park this morning and he was brought to tears again just by the overwhelming support and kindness from people. He's got friends and family who are helping him as well, but some of these people you see behind me at his house are strangers. He's never met them before, and some of them came and they brought construction equipment because he's a construction worker himself. He owns his own construction company here in Comfort, and all of his equipment was destroyed in those floodwaters. And it really, he told me he's not an emotional guy, but he says after going through this experience, he just can't help it. And he was really brought to tears. And then talking with his neighbors, Paul Welch and Elizabeth Hastings, I mean, they told me after all of this, they thought about selling their property right here on the riverbank of the Guadalupe River. And then they told me, no, this is home. They have been here for 11 years. Paul Welch was in the process of building Elizabeth an art studio here on their home. And so they said, and not to be cliche, but they said it's comforting here in Comfort. And that's really what we have seen all day. And I mentioned this in earlier reports this week that when we see natural disasters like this, it's truly incredible to see this heart of humanity. Casey, Heather.
It's all that outpouring of support and love and the prayers, of course, but then also that hands-on work. Like you mentioned, Amelia, it's the friends, but it's the strangers coming together too. Hey, I do have a question for you, I guess more of a logistical question. Power, infrastructure, the roads, what are things looking like in that area right now for those folks?
Heather, good question. So Herman Haas told me that he just got electricity back to his house. Now, Paul and Elizabeth, they didn't share too much about their situation with electricity, but we know there is still no running water here on Carolyn Road. Like I said, they are getting water from a neighbor's house, which is, up the street by the highway here in Comfort. Now, Comfort, it was not overwhelming destruction and devastation like what we are seeing up in Kerr County in those areas of Kurville, Hunt, and Ingram, but it really is mainly along the Guadalupe River, which is where these homes, they back up to the river, and so all of that water came through here. I mean, the roads were covered. Herman told me that he actually worked with a couple people to fill potholes that those floodwaters created on Carolyn Road so they could just get back into their neighborhood, to get to their house, to even see what was left of it. I do want to mention, when we talk about logistics here, and I know we've talked a lot about warnings and were there any sirens or did people get alerts for this weather event? And when I spoke with the vice chair at the Comfort Chamber of Commerce when we were over there at the donation site, she told me the city does have flood warning sirens, and they did go off that morning, and the volunteer firefighters even knocked on doors to help evacuate people. But as I mentioned, even here in Kendall County, even here, within this Comfort area, they are also mourning the loss of community members. Herman doesn't know when he'll get electricity restored. We haven't seen many power companies in the area, but that doesn't mean they're not here or they're not coming here. Herman also said he's thankful for somebody who's putting in makeshift air conditioning units so that people can actually work inside his home. I mean, if you saw the video, and you'll see more tonight on Fox 4 News at 9, I mean, they're taking down sheetrock. They are pulling up his tile, his flooring, really taking his home down to the studs so he can rebuild it. So they did put air conditioning units in there, just mobile air conditioning, so it can be comfortable in there for them. But people along Carolyn Road, I mean, no, right now they don't have electricity and they don't have running water.
Just very basic services, but again, this is a disaster area, and good that they've got electricity back, but people have to be patient, and I know that's easier said than done. Easier for us to say sitting here up in Dallas in the air conditioning, but just incredible pictures, and the debris that you're standing in front of there, Amelia, just shows you, of how destructive it was and how high everything is stacked. Fox 4's Amelia Jones and photojournalist Quincy Thomas. Great work out there. You guys stay safe. We're going to check back in with you, of course, over the course of the evening. Heather, one of the things that strikes me again is just perfect strangers. She said that they were filling potholes, and brought construction equipment. Not that the sandwiches and things like that and water aren't important, but for people to load up expensive construction materials to help out really just says it all.
Well, that's part of the layering that, we've been talking about for the past 5 days. Of course, the search and rescue for the folks who are still missing, as that number continues to grow, and finding people who did not survive. But then you've got to get the trucks and the donations and all the things, which means you've got to move the trees and you've got to fill the potholes. There's just so much to all of this. And you actually mentioned about the governor's news conference earlier today, and Arkansas sending these Black Hawk helicopters, and you mentioned Louisiana, and of course the governor apologized for perhaps leaving off other states that have done so much, but he named about 6 or 7 different states. So there are just so many people from so many parts of the country helping, and that includes 2 North Texas fire departments. Folks from Texas are going down to that area as well. Fox 4's Stephen Dial reports.
Firemen were helping get people out of vehicles.
In the midst of tragedy, we continue to see images of first responders doing their part to save lives. On the same morning as the Kerr County disaster, flash flooding also struck San Angelo, 150 miles away.
This is from the Fort Worth Fire Department.
The San Angelo Police Department posted this drone video Monday, showing Fort Worth firefighters assisting Texas Task Force 1 when the deadly waters rose on the 4th of July.
This is one of San Angelo police officers that was able to make it to this location to work on trying to get this citizen out of the water.
It's not just Fort Worth Fire who went down to help. Tuesday, the Bedford Fire Department gave an update about their crews assisting in Kurville. The department said Bedford is one of 28 Texas task force boat teams. About 78 agencies statewide are helping out. Plano Fire is also in Kerr County, providing efforts on the ground with search and rescue. The El Paso Fire Department also dispatched to Central Texas, with this video showing the raging waters as their team helped rescue residents. We also saw heroic images of helicopter rescues in Kerr County by the U.S. Coast Guard.
This is a father and son, a very young son, that is stranded, holding on to a pole.
Every life lost is one too many, but the swift action by first responders prevented the unthinkable from becoming even worse.
I just can't say enough about how much we appreciate the Fort Worth Fire Department for being able to be here and to be a part of that Texas Task Force 1.
And that's Stephen Dial reporting. But we want to bring Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry into the conversation because we do have a flash flood warning right now for parts of Dallas.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to that momentarily,
Okay.
but there is another serious breaking news story right now regarding the weather in New Mexico. Let's get to my weather graphics here. That is the Rio Ruidoso River. It has reportedly risen 20 feet in 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
There are homes that are literally being washed down the river. You're going to see one of those right here. I just got this video off of Twitter here. There it is, Caitlin Carpenter with that video. But this is an area that has been hit repeatedly by severe flooding over the last year. And one of the things that complicates this is that they had major fires out there last summer. It has left large areas with burn scars. So literally now, every time it rains heavily, they can see runoffs. But this is as bad as I have seen, and it looks eerily similar to what we've been showing you in the hill country there. But again, this is a breaking situation in New Mexico. Here's a look across the region right now. Scattered thunderstorms mainly targeted the eastern half of Texas today. Here's a closer look at those storms that are moving down through the Ruidoso area. Flash flood warning in effect there. It does look like the heavy rain, though, is moving off to their south. Now we transition to our local weather. Boy, these low clouds give you an indication of just how muggy it is out there. It only takes maybe 500 to 600 feet of lifting to produce these clouds here that are about the same height as some of our downtown buildings. But there's radar at this hour. Very heavy thunderstorms stretch from Sulphur Springs through the Lake Tawakoni area, Terrell into Seagoville, and yes, into Dallas with a flash flood warning that continues. I'm actually a little surprised that they have not expanded this flash flood warning a little farther south across the southern half of Dallas County, because we've got torrential, slow-moving thunderstorms here, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Please be careful on the roadways if you're going to be traveling this evening. There is definitely some standing water out there. We've had reports already of up to 3 inches of rainfall, and radar estimates certainly confirm that. As we look a little farther to the west, outflow boundaries from these storms are triggering new storms in South Arlington, up around the mid-cities as well, Euless, Hearst, and Bedford, and some more isolated showers up in Denton County. And one more stop on the radar takes us out once again to the east from Hunt County, eastward through Sulphur Springs, torrential downpours that will cause some localized flooding. That's a look at our local weather right now. We'll try to gather some more information, too, about what's going on now in New Mexico.
Yeah, Dan, thank you so much. I was just looking. That's about 530 miles or so to the northwest, obviously over in New Mexico, but to the northwest of Kurville. So a developing situation there. We've got a whole lot of news going on.
All right, stay with us. More coverage after the break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage. Day 5 into this disaster, and we continue to hear those stories from survivors.
They are incredible. Fox's Jillian Hartman has more from our Houston sister station. She was in Ingram, just outside of Kurville, and she spoke with a man who escaped those floodwaters with his family.
This local father walked us through the terrifying moments when his family was rushed to safety on July 4th morning. He lives in this RV with his 3 young sons along the Guadalupe River. He says he woke up to the Ingram Fire Department telling him to get out.
It wasn't believable, you know? You just think, like, I could hear it and them yelling and then, you know, the sirens going off, and you don't think it's, like, happening, you know? I honestly second-guessed it until I opened the door and I saw, you know, the lights and everybody outside, and I was just like, oh man, it's really happening. And then once I loaded my boys in the car, because I had wanted to go take a peep at first, and I saw that the water, it was rising, you know, it was coming from both, looked like it was coming from both sides.
He shared this video of the flooding, and you can see how high the water got. He says he lost almost everything he owns.
What's your reaction seeing this destruction?
It's saddening, because prior to this, it's like almost 10 months of me and my kids getting to where we're at here, you know, and honestly, we made this for the past 8 months, have made this our home.
He said the night before he was celebrating Independence Day early with his boys, not knowing what was going to happen just hours later. He says they are lucky to be alive.
No, it's just scary, a scary experience, you know, seeing everything that's kind of transpired, you know, people losing their kids and everything. It's just, it's kind of heart-wrenching just because, you know, I have my 3 boys of my own, so just, you know, I'm grateful I got them out of that situation. It's kind of upsetting seeing others couldn't.
It's a good perspective, but it's still so very hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just everyone down there, from people that just were visiting to the people that have lived there their whole lives to businesses. I mean, every single person impacted and touched.
Indeed, and that was Jillian Hartman from our Houston sister station reporting. Stay with us, more coverage after the break.